what I can do is I can speak right up.
Live streaming.
It's a live stream.
Yes, yes.
If they want to live streaming, they can going to.
So we're doing the moment, which is the main stage. This is going to be on YouTube. It's on YouTube now.
Okay, to the triple streaming for the website, right?
Yeah.
To the www.
YouTube360. Really right now.
From the
Instagram.
so they can.
They will be able to view this. Basically, we've got live updates happening now.
我在按东西，你在按东西。
So yeah, if you can use that, great. It's not live. Just let them put live streaming happening.
Okay, maybe I can inform you. Yes,
Or if you want, I have a video. And I can just talk. Not this slide. You want to see that? I'm just saying, if you want, I have a video on it. Play the video. And I can just go to talk. Don't worry, no, that will run on too long. This video is about 5 minutes, and I can talk for 5 to 10. It has freestyle, right? Don't worry about it. Because otherwise it's going to run you too late later. It's a MP4. Don't worry about this one now. I'll just run a video and then I'll just talk through. Don't worry about it. Because you are not using your slide. Switch it back to this one, just do a video.
Black.
I cannot buy it.
You want to play it now? Yeah, I was going to say, we'll play that and then I'll go on after.
It's okay.
So we just let me see how
Can you put the
I got different presentations I can run at this time. So I run it, I just changed it, run the slideshow. After that, we can come on.
Okay,
Mix it up.
okay. Where is she now?
你上去跟你的这个讲哦，就刚才就是这样嘛。Anything up to you.
Yeah.
So the rest of it.
对吧？这有点至少我可以写。
拿3。
In 2002, when we first started to intervene against the illegal operations of the Israeli troops, Nobody in the world even knew what they were doing. Even the people of Japan had no idea what was going on down there.
I had a PowerPoint, but don't worry about it. We'll just, the kids know what they're going to do. Just do a video, and then I'll talk for 5 minutes. And we're rock and rolling again.
This is a nonviolent movement, but unfortunately, as every nonviolent movement in history has shown, that is usually one-sided. That the nonviolent side usually gets attacked violently. That Harpoons fired over us. Our ships have been rammed. We've been shot at. We've been attacked by mobs. We've been beaten.
Missionário, desses babaca. Stop.
For 12 years, Sea Shepherd has been intervening against the illegal operations of the Japanese whaling fleet in the Southern Ocean whale sanctuary. And for 12 years, the Japanese have been calling us outlaws, pirates, and eco-terrorists for trying to stop them from killing whales. What the International Court of Justice in The Hague has ruled is that it is the Japanese fleet that is illegal. And so the tables have been completely turned. I don't think that the Japanese whaling industry, the Japanese government's ever understood how Sea Shepherd is structured. They thought that they could stop us by putting a lawsuit against Sea Shepherd USA, forgetful that there's dozens of other countries that are involved in this movement. They also thought that they could stop Sea Shepherd by removing me, and for putting me on the Interpol red list and preventing me from traveling. They thought that that would end it. Ultimately, all their efforts against us in the courts will fail because they simply cannot stop a movement.
And now let's talk with him from Sea Shepherd Conservation Society. Gary Stokes, based in Hong Kong. His main focus over the past 10 years has been on documenting, investigating, and exposing. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Gary Stokes.
Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for coming. Little slight change there. We had to just run an old video, I'm afraid. PowerPoint wasn't working. But yeah, so I'm from Sea Shepherd. I represent Sea Shepherd in Asia. I'm the director for Asia. And besides all the action and things that you see on the TV there's a lot that actually goes on with Sea Shepherd around the world. It's not just a whaling organization. We are also working a lot at the moment against illegal fishing. So we've taken more of a law enforcement role, and we're working now with Interpol and other government agencies and law enforcement agencies. And we're focusing on illegal fishing. And for some of you, you may have seen some of our escapades just recently. Last year, we went against some Patagonian toothfish vessels that were operating in the Southern Ocean. That was mainly because the Japanese whaling fleet decided not to go south last year, as that video just said. Sadly, this year they did go, and they got 333 whales. So we will be down there again, combating them next year as the Antarctic summer comes in. So the whale wars will be continuing, but we're also fighting on many, many different fronts. So currently we have operations running in Mexico, where we're working with the Mexican government, and we're actually trying to revert the extinction of the vaquita, which is the world's smallest dolphin. And we've been working with the Mexican government with that, and the main reason for the totoaba is the totoaba fish. So the Chinese market for swim bladders, this swim bladder goes for about $25,000 US. So there is a massive drive for the totoaba, and that is actually driving the vaquita to an extinction. So we have two of our vessels working there in the Mexican waters. We have one of our vessels, the Bob Barker, is just heading to Africa, West Africa, where we've just been invited by one of the West African nations. That will be announced very shortly. But we'll be taking their law enforcement officers on board and actually going out and pursuing the bad guys, mainly tuna vessels off of West Africa. So we've also just had a very high profile one where we've just found 6 Chinese drift net vessels operating in the Southern Indian Ocean. And our flagship, the Steve Irwin, found those and pursued them, and we've been working with the Chinese authorities on this to bring them to justice. We've called them the Rogue 6, and they're the Fu Yanyu fleet, and they've been operating with drift nets, which were deemed illegal in 1992. So we documented all the evidence. We actually took some of the net on board after we informed Interpol, and they said that they were illegal. So we managed to recover that, and some of the scale of the operation, just these 6 boats. In 5 kilometers of net that we pulled up in the one day, there was over 320 animals dead. Most of those were sharks, mostly blue sharks. A lot of them were small. We also had common dolphins in there. We had some seals. We had bluefin tuna. So we believe actually their target was obviously pelagic fish and bluefin tuna, but also sharks. I mean, they would have been killing, we estimated in the 2 months that they were there, it would have been over 100,000 sharks just in those 6 boats. So we managed to shut those down. We followed them back to China, and we were pursuing one, the Fu Yanyu 76, as it came up towards Hong Kong, which is where I'm based. And the Steve Irwin was in pursuit, and they suddenly decided to take a left turn and head inshore and go up in through the inland waterways where the Steve Irwin couldn't actually follow them. So that campaign technically is over. It's now, everything is in the hands of the Chinese government. We believe they will act. They have said, and they've been in very good communications with us. So time will tell as that one rolls out. Everybody knows China doesn't move as quick as people would like. But we do feel that we've given every opportunity for them to act. So we'll now see what happens. Steve Irwin's now on its way back to Australia, where we'll then be starting another campaign in the south of Australia against BP. The reason why I'm here and why we're here at a dive show, obviously the support we get from divers is huge. But one of the initiatives we just set up was Sea Shepherd Dive, which we've been talking on about rolling out for the last couple of years. It's finally here. We launched it this year. And that brings together the dive community. I mean, we need to try and get as many people, feet on the ground, eyes in certain areas of Asia. trying to get the coverage that we would require for Sea Shepherd was almost impossible. But it was only when I started getting all these inquiries from dive centers who were asking me for help and asking, for Sea Shepherd's help, what can we do? We got dynamite fishermen bombing our reefs, we got this. That was when the idea formed that if we actually formed a network of dive centers, of dive partners, and bringing them on board with Sea Shepherd as in a partnership. And so far we have 8 or 9 different partners now, mostly in Southeast Asia. We also have in Mexico and in Spain, and we're just starting to branch out to Europe and obviously like the Caribbean. So we have our booth over this way, which I can obviously give more information on the Sea Shepherd dive if anybody is interested and wants to come over. And the dive centers will actually then be teaming up and running some courses. And one of our courses is Anwar's coral propagation course, with replanting coral reefs. That's where we've teamed up with Ocean Quest, with Anwar Abdullah. Anwar's our neighbor over here, he's standing right here. And Anwar will also be speaking tomorrow about the coral propagation course that we will be running at the Sea Shepherd Partners. So how are we doing for time? You all right? Okay. So we're all out living because the PowerPoint went astray. So yeah, I think I'll save you any more earache. If anybody has any questions at all, I'll be down here or I'll be over at the booth and we can definitely talk a lot more. But I'm just trying to get them all back on schedule. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Gary. So Gary, if they want to meet you, you have a booth here.
Yeah. Yep.
Where?
This way. What number is our booth? E4? A04.
What activity that in your booth?
We have all the Sea Shepherd dive merchandise and all the Sea Shepherd merchandise and some lovely Sea Shepherd volunteers.
Okay, thank you and good luck for Sea Shepherd, yeah? Okay, and next, we still have a lot of speaker. And of course, once again, I would like to invite to all of you, to all the visitor, to all the exhibitor, don't forget to come to 2 area of ADEX 2016, the first one in the main stage, and the second one in Underwater 360. We have a lot of talk show, not talk show, but the presentation and the explanation from the speaker around the world, not only Asia, but Asia Dive Expo is the biggest dive show in Asia and the longest one because we are here for 3 days. And next we have Albert Lee from Scuba for Change, world first scuba diving social enterprise. So he was here, and Albert Lee is a founder of Scuba for Change. CFC reinvest 100% of its net earning for the benefit of local communities. Albert is here to describe the work of SFC. And of course, today we have an opening ceremony in the main stage at the 3 p.m. And then we have a lot of activity. Another one is in that side, in Underwater 360. And of course, we have a mermaid ambassador and then seahorse ambassador because this year we are dedicated for seahorse. Don't forget, you can have live streaming from the website and you can download the application, special application for ADEX 2016 in the App Store or in the Android Store. So you can get more information about the map, about the event, about the schedule, and about everything. Okay? Okay, we're still in the preparation stage. So after Albert Lee, we have another speaker. We have Sakina Sakarwala, and then we have Patrick Ong, and then we have Aaron Gawaski, and then after that we have the movie from the Secret Life of Seahorse, and we have the opening ceremony. And after that, we still have a presentation from our speaker. It's gonna be for Dev Harasti, Ben, and then Koh Kwan Seong, and then Zin Kim, Dr. Richard Smith, and the last one but not least, Martin de Brouwer. Okay, until we waiting, while we waiting for the speaker, for the next speaker, Albert Lee, I still inviting to all of you, to all the visitor, all the audience, yeah, to come to the main stage, because in a few minutes we will begin the presentation from Albert Lee from SFC, Scuba for Change. Thank you. Okay, guys, and now Albert Lee is ready to inspire all of you and to give the information about SFC, Scuba for Change. So, ADEX 2016 proudly present to all the visitor and exhibitor. This is Albert Lee.
Hi everyone, can you hear me? Okay, awesome. Can you guys hear me? Awesome. Well, first I'd like to thank ADEX for allowing me to share the Scuba for Change story with you. Just before we even start, I just want to make this very clear. Scuba for Change, we're not just about diving. What we're here to do is actually to create positive and lasting legacies. Now, I'm about to show you a video that was made back in 2014. And it was used, we did it very low cost because we were just starting up our venture. And we used some stock footages. But you will see nonetheless some of the inspiration and reasons why Scuba for Change was formed. And just to give you some personal context, it was because my wife and I, back in early 2000, we were visiting a number of developing nations in Southeast Asia. And we were shocked to see the number of kids being exploited, and also to see people still living in poverty, despite billions of tourism dollars being spent in each of those countries. Nothing had changed. So Scuba for Change is an idea, a decade in the making. And the first video will give you a bit more context as to why we're looking to do what we're doing today. Okay, so how does our model work? So we operate like any other dive shop on this planet because we offer fun dives, course dives. But what makes us different and what makes us unique is that 100% of the profits we make are reinvested back into local communities. So myself and the fellow board members that work with me, none of us are being paid for what we do because we've got day jobs. We don't need to draw an income from this. Of course, our dive center staff are being paid because that's their livelihood. And so we reinvest our profits to do two things. One is to help empower local people, which I'll talk about in a minute. And secondly is to promote children's rights. And we do that with the Stairway Foundation. And again, I'll elaborate on this in a minute. And that's a very small picture of our dive shop. So in terms of empowering local people, here's a picture of our very small team in Porto Galera, being Julian, Carl, and Gracian. And what's missing there is Mark Anthony, our latest employee. I just want to share two stories with you with Julianne and Gracian. So I met Julianne for the first time in April last year, shortly after she joined Scuba for Change. And I sat down with Julianne and asked her, you know, Julianne, what's your aspiration? What do you want to do in life? What are your goals? And she said, look, Albert, I would love to run my own business one day, but in the short term, I want to progress my career in the diving industry. So obviously I asked her, so why haven't you, Julianne? And she said to me two things, Albert. Firstly, well, it's expensive doing a DM course or an instructor course. And secondly, for whatever reasons, her peers in the Philippines diving industry actively discouraged her to pursue that career path because she's female. And I find that in this day and age quite surprising. So we said to Julianne, Scuba for Change will be right behind her in whatever she chooses to do. But we're not going to push her. It's her. We're here to help. We're here to help enable her goals. So Julianne is probably 2 to 3 weeks away from achieving her or finishing an IDC course in PADI. So she will be a fully fledged instructor, and we funded her training all the way through. And Gracian, the chap on the left-hand side. So I first met Gracian in February last year, and he worked for a nearby dive shop, and he was earning $3 or $4 a day. He was unqualified as a dive guide, and he didn't live in a home. He lived in a dive shop because he couldn't afford to live in a house because he was sending his money back to his family in another province. So since joining us, home to live in, which we're paying for, we've lifted his wage to a more equitable level, and now Gracian is well on his way to become a dive master. So again, we pay for his training. So here are just two examples of what we're doing for local people, and we'll continue to do that. But of course, we need a sustainable business behind us to drive that forward.
Scuba for Change is like any other dive shop on this planet, except what makes us different and what makes us unique is that 100% of our profits get reinvested back into local communities. Our center in Puerto Galera is situated in one of the most beautiful islands in the Philippines, where an amazing reef and the wrecks support our dive business. A lot of our profits go to the Stairway Foundation, which was started to tackle issues surrounding the local children.
They come in with very little self-esteem. They come in with basically zero education. And when they leave, maybe 1 year, 2 years after, they have been totally turned upside down.
Through Stairway, we support the Barclayan School and the agriculture, which has been so pivotal in creating attendance. One of our fundraisers allowed us to replace solar panels destroyed in a recent typhoon. We're helping provide opportunity to children who wouldn't normally have these experiences.
We did 20 DSDs for local Stairway kids, which we funded, which we would never ever get that opportunity to do. The biggest reward for an instructor in any Discover Scuba is that smiling face that comes out of the water the minute you take them to the surface. For me, that's why I do instructor.
We're hoping that in the future we can offer opportunities for any of the kids who want to pursue a career in the diving industry. Because we believe in investing in local communities, we're working with local and international organisations to make that happen.
We're very grateful for the support we've received from Oceanic, Icebreak Race Team in Queensland Gasket, because without their support, quite simply, Scuba for Change will remain an idea.
Surf Lifesaving Victoria have just joined us to teach first aid and rescue to the kids.
The experiences that certainly we wanted to present to the children from Stairway was to run them through some first aid skills, and we took them to quite a detailed session on dealing with certain parts of first aid that they would come across here. Okay? We then progressed to do some simple life-saving activities in the water to be here now and see what they're actually doing, the program they're running at Scuba for Change, and how it's directly impacting the children from the Stairway Foundation. It's an incredibly fulfilling experience.
When people dive with Scuba for Change, they know that every dollar they spend is being reinvested back into local communities.
So that video was filmed May last year by Ambassador Lucas Handley and his real-life partner and filmmaker partner, Julia Wheeler. So that was a Change for Children event in 2015 where we traveled to the Philippines to work with the kids from Stairway Foundation. I'll talk about Stairway in a minute, and give them new experiences and skills. And we're actually about to do exactly the same thing next week, and I'll talk about that later on. So just in case there's any more doubt in your mind as to why we're doing this, so myself, the board, our supporters, whether it's organizations or individuals like Lucas, is that we fundamentally believe that those of us with the ability to create change really need to grab the bull by the horns and give it a damn good shake and create those changes that are necessary and within our powers. And because of this, we have now opened our first dive shop just over 14, 15 months ago in Porto Galera, and that was just a small picture of our opening ceremony. Now, I mentioned the Stairway Foundation a number of times in this presentation. They're an incredible organization. They've been in the Philippines for over 25 years, and they recently won a prestigious International Star Impact Award for stuff that they've been doing in the Philippines, helping literally thousands of children. Amongst many things that they do, they work with Manila street kids. So they literally each year take 12, 15 street kids from Manila, put them through a program to help them rehabilitate through education, teaching them music, theatre, music, sports, arts, the things that we grew up with. And it's through that process the kids learn that they're good at something, they rediscover some self-belief, and then they're off. They also work with indigenous Filipino children, and believe it or not, the indigenous Filipino children are also, I guess, ostracized or marginalized by their own Filipinos. And tying all this together, next week, we're going back to the Porto Galera. We're flying straight here to Manila and down to Porto Galera to run another Change for Children event, working with Manila street kids and also indigenous folks from the Barclayan, up in the Barclayan camp, where we are traveling with SDI and TDI instructors to teach 11 kids, or give the 11 kids the opportunity to experience or to get their open water certification. And this is sponsored by TDI, SDI TDI, so thank you to them. And then we did this last year. We actually discovered one of the kids was very good at scuba diving. His name's Mark Anthony, and since then he's joined our team. So that opened up a new opportunity for that particular chap. In case you don't know where Porto Galera is, and this is a bit of plugging for Scuba for Change, it's about 3.5 hours south of Manila. Now, for those of you who are more well-heeled, you can fly down there in a seaplane. It'll take you 40 minutes. Porto Galera was designated as a marine and biosphere reserve by UNESCO back in 1973, and it's got diverse marine life. That's a bigger picture of our dive shop. I'll move this quickly because I know we want to stay on track. So at our resort, the resort we're part of Sunset, and it's on a very private Ininuan beach. It's away from the hustle and bustle of Sabang and White Beach, but you can get there quite easily. There's no problems. It's modern and chic. It's got budget, rooms for any budget. For the non-divers, I know probably most of you are divers, but just so you have partners that don't dive, they can have massages, pedicures, manicures, gym, snorkel, paddle boarding, waterfall walks. But for new divers out there, we're down in the bottom right-hand corner from where you're sitting. That's our house reef, and that's one of the most diverse house reef I've ever dived in. It ranges from 5 meters down to 30 to 40 meters, and not uncommon for more qualified divers to have 60, 70, 80, 90-minute dives, and you see a plethora of activities, macro, and also coral fish. And over here, there's more around the more drift dives. Birdie Island is a very well-known dive site, but only for advanced divers. So what we've done here is actually we've got this pretty special, it's a good special one for ADEX attendees. So for $549 per person per twin chair, you get a ground floor deluxe room. Literally, you walk out the room. It's from here to Cannon, that store away, that's the beach. You can walk straight out. You can see beautiful sunsets. It included a daily breakfast, 6-boat dives, unlimited house reef dives, and I mentioned you can go from 5 to 30, 40 meters if you want, and night dives are fantastic. Included is private car transfer. You experience the public ferries, the bunkers, which are quite interesting. But if you want a private boat transfer, we can organise that for you as well at additional costs. But what's special about this deal is that the first 10 bookings, you get a 1 in 10 chance of winning the Oceanic BTX computer worth $1,800. And for the first 10 bookings, every single booking will receive a free Hollis duffel bag worth $130 and also a small torch that goes with it. So if you're interested to find out more, I'm in booth NO2, which is the yellow corner over there. And just to finish off, I want to show you a very short video done by our instructor, Carl, to show you how good and how brief really is.
Display the video and you can go to Bala first. Reach to the sky from the bottom, living up the dreams that have all came true. Now I'm trying to reach to the stars from the heavens, never giving up like I thought I do. I'm still trying to reach to the sky from the bottom, living up the dreams that have all came true. Now I'm trying to reach to the stars from the heavens, never giving up like I thought I do. This is all I know, all I know, all I know, all I know. This is all I know, all I know. All I know, this is all I know, all I know, all I know, all I know, this is all I know. Living up the dreams that I all came true. Now I'm trying to reach to the stars of the heavens. Never giving up, that's all I do. Still trying to reach to the sky from the bottom. Living up the dreams that I all came true. Now I'm trying to reach to the stars of the heavens. Never giving up, that's all I do. This is all I know. This is all I know. You ain't gonna stop till I reach the goal. This is all I know. And I know I'm gonna be there. This is all I know. Never giving up like I thought I would. Reach to the sky from the bottom, living up the dreams that I all came true. Now I'm trying to reach to the stars from the heavens. Never giving up like I thought I do. Still trying to reach to the sky from the bottom, living up the dreams that I all came true. Now I'm trying to reach to the stars from the heavens. Never giving up like I thought I do. This is all I know. I won't stop until I make it. Every step I try to pave my way. Gotta strive and take your chances. Nothing I can make my answer. I won't let my wall reach to the sky from the bottom, living up the dreams that I all came true. Now I'm trying to reach to the stars in the heavens. Never giving up, that's all I do. Still trying to reach to the sky from the bottom, living up the dreams that I all came true. Now I'm trying to reach to the stars in the heavens. Never giving up, that's all I do. This is all I know. This is all I know. I ain't gonna stop till I reach the goal. This is all I know. And I know I'm gonna be there. This is all I know. This is all I know.
Okay, this is the end of the Albert Lee presentation, right?
Yep, that's it. Thank you so much for listening, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, by the way, Albert, where's the place that they can find you and get more information in this event?
Yeah, so we're in booth N02, which is that corner.
Yeah.
But if you Google Scuba for Change, you'll find us.
Okay, any activity in your booth?
So big
Any
fun.
activity in your booth?
Yeah, we've got those specials. We got giving away stress balls. It's just holding up there.
Wow, so
And we
fun.
got raffles and things like that. the usual
Okay,
stuff.
by the way, how about the website and the social media?
Yeah, so website's www.scubaforchange.com.
Okay, thank you once again for your time.
Thanks, guys.
And have fun. Thank you. Okay, so we have the next speaker for this stage, in the main stage of ADEX 2016. And the next speaker is from Conservation International.
Thanks a lot.
She's a beautiful one, already prepared herself to talk in front of all of you. But before that, I would like to invite to all you guys to come to the main stage because we have a lot of activity here. In 3 p.m. we will have an opening ceremony, but before that and after that, we still have a lot of speakers. And after this, we have Sakina Sekerwala from Conservation International. is Development Director for Conservation International Asia Pacific Field Division. She is an avid diver, responsible for developing new partnership in business and government. Skin will talk about manta and shark tanking. But before that, I would like to inform you, don't forget to download the application for ADEX 2016 in App Store or in Android Store, because in that application you will get a specific information about this event for 3 days, yeah, from the map and the speaker and the activity and everything. Okay, I want to talk to you first before the next speaker talk. What's your name and where you come from?
I'm Ash from Malaysia.
Okay, so do you exhibitor or visitor?
Visitor.
Okay. This is your first year or you always come to ADEX in every year?
First year.
Okay. You will come for these 3 days?
Come every day.
Ah, okay, okay. So what do you think about ADEX? So what do you think about ADEX?
Cool.
Cool, yeah. Are you a diver? Of course, yeah. Okay, thank you for coming, and don't forget to ask your friend to come, yeah. So everyone will get a lot of information. Okay, and you? What's your name? John. Where you come from, John? South Africa. Wow, it's so far away. So you coming as a visitor or exhibitor? Visitor, really? Okay, okay. Okay, so the speaker already ready. So guys, ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, we have a material from Conservation International. So please welcome Sakina Sekerwala.
Hi, everybody. I was told that I was going to be happy if there were 5 people here. A couple of more people than expected, so that's great. Can you hear me? You cannot hear me? Is this better? Okay, like that? All right. Excellent. So my name is Sakina Sekerwala. I work for Conservation International. I'm the development director responsible for the Asia Pacific region, and I'm based here in Singapore. So today we're going to talk about manta rays and whale shark tagging. Next slide, please. So why do we tag mantas and whale sharks? Well, actually we do it because we know very little about their behavior and their migratory patterns. But we do know that whale sharks and mantas are important assets for the tourism industry, particularly in Indonesia, but also elsewhere. And these beautiful creatures are ambassadors for other rays and sharks. Next one, please. So CI believes that people need nature to thrive. And so we're working together with the Indonesian government and local partners in Indonesia to support the management of natural resources. And we do so both on the terrestrial side and the marine side. And on the marine side, we're working particularly to support the government in establishing and managing marine protected areas. We're working to support the strengthening of laws and law enforcement, and also working with the local communities in managing their local resources. And that includes also developing alternative livelihoods. The satellite tagging is an important part of all of these aspects, because that will provide us with the information that we need in order to make the right recommendations in areas where protection is needed. Next one, please. So as I said, tourism is an important part of the local economy in Indonesia, and whale sharks and mantas are contributing to the economy. Lots of people travel all around from all parts of the world to come and dive and snorkel with these animals in Indonesia. Next slide. So what CI did in 2013 together with our partners was that we developed something called Mantanomics. We did some analysis about the whale shark and tourism, the whale shark and manta tourism industry, and what we found was that a dead manta is worth about $500 on the local market. A living manta brings in about $1 million over the time of its lifespan to the local economy. And this information prompted the Indonesian government to take immediate action and grant these species full protection status from 2013 and 14 respectively. So some facts about mantas and whale sharks. They are listed as vulnerable on the IUCN Red List. They have a very slow reproductive cycle. That means that for mantas, for instance, they only reach maturity at the age of 8 to 10 years. They have a very long gestation period, and they only have one pup at a time. They're also they're potentially highly migratory, and that is most likely due to feeding and breeding habits. Some additional facts. So mantas and whale sharks can be identified through their unique spot patterns. So you can actually identify individual species, individual creatures. And CI has, together with our partners, set up a database so that if you happen to go diving in the Bird's Head seascape and you're able to take pictures of mantas or whale sharks, you can actually upload them to these websites. And that will support the monitoring of these populations. So the current threats. So whale sharks are being hunted for their fins as an important ingredient in shark fin soup. Mantas are being hunted for their gill rakers, and that is something that is used in traditional Chinese medicine. I should say that it's there's no scientific research that supports any sort of medicinal benefits of gill rakers. We do know that an estimated number of about 500 to 1,000 mantas are killed every year in Indonesia. Over the last 2 years, those numbers have actually dwindled, unfortunately not related to sort of enforced law protection, but most likely because the population is declining very quickly. For whale sharks, the number is about 50 to 60 individuals per year that is being killed. So CI has helped pioneer the development of satellite tags. These satellite tags have the advantage of a rather long life. They can provide real-time data. They can measure information about temperature, about depth, and position. So whenever the tag actually reaches the surface, it sends a signal to the satellite, and the satellite transmits that information to a data portal. So the whale shark tagging, it is done by drilling a fin mount tag to the dorsal fin of the shark. The batteries last for about 2 years, and the tag is likely to come off after about 5 years as the bolts rust. Well, this kind of technique has been used for a long time on different kinds of species, like great whites, for instance. So what is done then is that you throw a long line and you hopefully catch the shark, and you bring the shark up on the boat and you perform the procedure on the boat. Obviously with whale sharks that's a little bit tricky, they are quite big, so you can't really bring them on a boat, and also they don't catch bait. So the situation we have in Cendrawasih is quite unique in that we have a lot of bait fish available, and the whale sharks tend to congregate underneath the local fishermen's bagan nets. And sometimes they get caught in these nets, and that's when we can come in and perform the procedure of drilling the tag onto the whale shark. So some of the results that we have found are quite surprising. We found that actually the whale sharks aren't really moving that much. They tend to stick around in Cendrawasih Bay, and what we found was that only 2 of the 15 individuals that we tagged actually left the bay. And when they did so, they, as you can see on this picture, the dots along the coastline, they tended to stick very close to the coastal line and stop only at areas that are very close to river mouths. So that indicated to us that they're actually leaving the bay only for feeding. Manta ray tagging. For manta rays, we're using a different kind of tag. It's a towed GPS tag. So the tag is attached between at the crease between the wing and the body. And then whenever the tag reaches the surface, it submits information to the satellite and then to our data portal. And the satellite tag is programmed to pop off after about 6 months. And the tags float, so if we're lucky, we're actually able to retrieve the tag, and we can then get access to a lot of data that is not being able to be transmitted through the GPS, because the tag is actually able to collect data every 10 seconds. So there's a lot of information that can be collected over 6 months. So this slide is actually the reason for why tracking movement of these animals are so important. What we did was we tagged mantas in Nusa Penida. That's a very common area and congregation of lots of mantas there. And what we found was that they are actually very good swimmers and they travel very long distances. And unfortunately, they traveled to places south of Lombok where we know that there's a lot of illegal hunting going on. What we could do with this information was to bring it to the Indonesian government and say, hey, you know what is happening south of Lombok is actually having a direct impact on the local businesses and the economy of Nusa Penida and Bali. So that was a strong incentive for the Indonesian government to strengthen the law enforcement in Lombok. So satellite tagging, these are some of the ways that satellite tags can inform conservation to strengthen law enforcement and to take action in different areas. This picture here, for instance, is a picture of a manta baby nursery. And when we were clear that this was a nursery, the government put in place restrictions around speedboats because the pups tend to come very close to the surface. And so when you have speedboats driving very quickly over water, the pups run the risk of being injured or killed by boat strikes. So what will we continue with in the future? Well, we'll continue tagging whale sharks and mantas to learn more about their behavior. More importantly, we will continue working with the Indonesian government in hopefully expanding the conservation activities that we're doing to also include hammerheads and thresher sharks and other rays like mobular rays. And more importantly, again, we think that the satellite tagging has actually increased the interest for conservation in the government, particularly. And we have been able to show that conservation and economic development doesn't have to be at ends of each other. They can actually go hand in hand. And for us, we think that is absolutely crucial in order to ensure the survival of this species and to ensure healthy ecosystems. So I think that's all for me. Yeah, thank you very much.
No, no video.
Okay, thank you once again to Sakina Sakarwala. So, Sakina, can you tell us where's your booth for International Conservation International?
Yeah, our booth, I think, is over there somewhere. Where is it called? K25.
Okay, thank you. Once again, thank you for the information and have a good day. Thank you. Okay, once again, hello to all the visitor and exhibitor. Welcome to the Asia Dive Expo 2016, and this is one of the biggest dive show in Asia because there's a lot of people come to here from around the world and especially in Asia. And this is the 21st year of ADEX in 2016, and we have a lot of activity, not only exhibition. You can try diving if you want to try in scuba tank, and we have a kids zone for your kids, and then we have a presentation from all the speakers from around the world. And of course, don't forget to download the application from ADEX 2016 in App Store and in Android Store, because in that application you will get a specific information, start from the map, and then the activity and the schedule from the stage, from the main stage, and the other area is from underwater 360. And of course, we still have a speaker, and the next one is Patrick Ong. Patrick Ong will talk about wonderful destination of Indonesia, start from Raja Ampat, Bali, and Komodo. And actually, I'm from Indonesia, and it's a good place to go. And if you're a diver, you will like it like very, very much. Okay, I want to talk to you. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning. What's your name and where you come from?
My name's Angela and I actually live in Jakarta.
Really? In the same place with me? Okay. Okay, if we talk about Jakarta, yeah, it's only about traffic. Yeah, okay. But sorry, Angela, so you're a visitor or exhibitor?
Visitor.
A visitor. This is your first year come to ADEX?
Yes.
So what the point that you get from ADEX until you come to this event? Interesting point that makes you coming.
So we did some diving in Raja Ampat at the start of February. So we thought we'd come here and do some research about where we need to go diving next.
Oh, okay, okay. So the next speaker will talk about wonderful destination of Indonesia. So you just come to Raja Ampat, right? What do you think about Raja Ampat?
We thought it was amazing. Best diving we've done.
Really? For how long you are in Raja Ampat?
We were there for a week.
Okay, so maybe after this you will get a new information about what next destination that you have to visit, yeah?
Next destination's probably Raja Ampat.
I think that you're falling in love with Raja Ampat. Okay, thank you for coming. Enjoy, have a good day. And of course, we're still waiting for Patrick Ong to prepare the presentation. And I want to tell you that today we have the opening ceremony at 3 p.m. And then we have another activity in scuba tank. In the morning, we already have the beautiful mermaid that swim there. And of course, you can see a real mermaid. And of course, in ADEX 2016, we are dedicated to seahorse. But you will get like a lot of information, not only about diving, but about free diving and about the mermaid, about the photography and videography underwater. So it's so complete, yeah. It's a good place to come. And don't forget to ask your friends to come to Suntec Singapore. We will be here until Sunday. So don't forget to share your moment in ADEX with our social media. In Instagram, you can follow us and mention us at ADEX, yeah. And of course, don't forget to visit our official website in www.adex. Okay. After this, we have a speaker, is Patrick Ong, will talk about wonderful destination of Indonesia, Raja Ampat, Bali, and Komodo.
I'm up at 125, Are you Aaron?
Yes.
Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Joel.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'll be doing your slides, all right?
You've got the presentation, yeah?
Let's see.
Aaron, we will talk about the burning of.
Right, this one, right?
Yeah, so it's so just so you have my name. Aaron Tchaikovsky.
Aaron
Tchaikovsky. Yeah, yeah, but people call me Bertie. Bertie is my name.
Okay, but I will call you Aaron Justy.
You just call me, you say Bertie from Bordeaux, if you like. It's fine.
Sorry?
Just say Bertie from Bordeaux. Yeah, Bertie, that's my name. That's what I've always called.
Bertie, okay.
But I'm a bit worried that some of my slides, the volume is a bit more up and down than the rest, so you might have to control the volume. I'm not. I think we've got someone else now.
Yep. It's Patrick's turn. Which one?
So, are you a presenter?
Yes.
Okay, then I open this one first.
Yeah.
Then when you
Bordeaux
want to play the video.
It's an online guide show. Yeah.
Walao.
Yeah, short online guide videos. BordeauxFromBelow.com. For now, we've done Borneo. We're doing one season, we're doing a second season of Borneo. Next, we're going to expand into India. I'm looking to take that. Okay, so you live in Jakarta, you don't work for...
Yeah.
You work for these guys?
Yes.
I got no time to do this.
So you just work from afar, you work from afar.
Yeah. That would be for...
Oh, I see.
This are not right? No. Yeah, right.
The other side.
Oh,
the other side.
No, the other side. Sorry. Okay, I need to put it on and see. Just put it here. Okay, don't worry, I'll hold it. You might want to try the yeah,
that's a good thing about it. You just bring the microphone. How far away does it work from?
I don't recall.
This one, ADEX 2016.
Yeah.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah. So just press play, is it?
Yeah, play.
Oh, just press play now, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay,
I will control from here.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, guys, we have the next speaker here. Our speaker is Patrick Ong. We'll talk about wonderful destination of Indonesia, Raja Ampat, Bali, and Komodo. Patrick Ong has a passion for the underwater world. He is a strong influencer, encouraging people to become diverse and learn about and conserve the marine environment. He is here to describe wonderful Indonesia via Raja Ampat, Bali, and Komodo. So welcome. This is Patrick Ong.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thanks to ADEX for giving me a chance to be here today with you all. My name is Patrick from Malaysia. I've been diving for the past 18 years. It's just a short intro, and start shooting 8 years ago. All right. Today we're going to talk about Indonesia. There's so many dive sites in Indonesia, but today what we're going to talk about is Raja Ampat, Bali, and Komodo. I hope I'm able to finish it within the time that been set. And at the end, I'll have a video that hope you all will enjoy. This is what I call my passion, my journey. This is the journey within the past 18 years. Today, we're going to bring you to Raja Ampat, a dive through, all right? So why we choose Raja Ampat? Raja Ampat is actually located West Papua. Anyone been there before? Great. Then for those who've been there, you know what I'm talking about. Actually, Raja Ampat is located in a very unique location. Why it's so unique is because when they call it Mecca for divers, for all divers, once in a lifetime that you have to be there, all right, as a diver. So what happened to this place is why it's so unique, because it's located within the Coral Triangle. What is Coral Triangle? Coral Triangle is within this, the red dot area. This is the richest marine life in the world, all right? And because of Raja Ampat, the location, as you can see, the blue water, the white patch is where Raja Ampat is, and the blue colors and the red colors is where the seawater meet. All right, the seawater from the Atlantic and the south from the Celebes Sea, then it will merge, and this form an ideal location for corals and marine life. All right. This is where just now our one of the speaker. This is Raja Ampat. We went up to this hill. It took me like an hour more to be up there. During that moment, there's still no stairs or anything. We have to climb. All right, with my tripods and cameras. It took me 1.5 hours to reach up there. All right, but it worth to go. It worth to be doing it. But today, they already been constructed. A lot of work has been done. It's easy access to up to this hill, and you can able to take this picture anytime you want. All right, this is in Waya Island, one of the biggest island in Raja Ampat. Actually, during that moment, the moment we finished shooting, the boat boy went up and they helped me to carry my gears, and they say the first thing they saw us is that whether they asked, did you all see mantas, Ray? Did you all see mantas? I say, where? They say it's just down there. Normally they will cruise around this area. They say, I was thinking it couldn't be. They're kidding. But just right after the thought that I have, suddenly there's a black manta just cruising by. But all my gears, all my cameras is inside my bag. It's too late for us to shoot. Okay, why I say Raja Ampat is an ideal location for marine life. As you can see from these pictures, how many species you can able to count or to identify within this school of fish. Inside there, there's barracudas, there's jack, there's some surgeon rainbow runners, surgeon fish, many of them. In one school, easily 5 to 6 different species. All right, and the density of the volume of the fish of the school is huge. Surgeon fish. as you can see, when the moment they come, the school that you really can't imagine. This is, we shoot this somewhere near the mangrove area. This is a very terrifying things to do because normally around this area, this is the resting area for saltwater crocodile. All right, and it's very, very dangerous. So the boatman have to watch after our back. After every shot, after every time we trigger, we have to look around. We seriously have to look around because it can be anywhere near us. This shot is taken from one of the jetty near Wyatt Island as well. And as you can see that the corals there are really rich and is untouched. Out of 9 to 10 days of our leave on board, we hardly see any boat or any fisherman. We hardly see, but I saw one. One boat, one fisherman, one only. Okay, this is to share with you. I can able to see that the the growth of the coral in Raja Ampat from from year 2011 to 2013 is the same giant clam that I took. So within the 2 years time, you can able to see the coral, it grows. It's really like I say, it's in heaven, it's untouched. No pollution, nothing. And this, sorry. And the size of the coral, as you can see, although this is a wide angle, as you can compare the size, the divers, and the coral. This is a table coral that I shot. Okay, this place is very unique. It called the Passage. This is far north of Raja Ampat. This place, I don't know what, maybe because of the geography location, the water over there is green, but it's clear. Visibility is fantastic. So, so in Raja Ampat, whoever go to Raja Ampat, whoever been there, I think the sunset you will never miss. That is the best sunset I ever seen in life. In many places, I've been to many places, but Raja Ampat is still the best sunset that can offer. Bali. Okay, today I'm going to introduce this place. Normally we dive in Bali, normally is at the east coast, where Tulamben, Seraya, which is on my right side. So today I'm going to bring you to Pemutaran, which is far north. It takes about 4 to 5 hours drive from where Kuta is, or Denpasar, the international airport. It takes about 5 hours to be there. What is so special about this place? First, the visibility is good. Secondly, the most interesting things is, this is what makes me there, what took me there. Okay, underwater statue. All right, this group of shots is being taken at one of the dive site, which is this thing has been there for, I think, easily 10 years, 10 to 18 to 12 years. So as you can see, the corals there is growing. All right, later on, I will bring you to the new site where it's a totally different story. This is another one. Okay, this is the new site. As you can see, I think during that time when I went to this place, they just put this thing down there for the I think it's only like 3 to 4 months only. So as you can see, basically there's no fish. So in these photos that you can able to tell that no coral, no fish. Everything is still new. So we will be waiting for times to pass, and when the coral start to grow, then you will see a lot of fish. Komodo. I think I will stop Komodo here, and I would like to show you some of one of the video that recently my recent trip. Hope you all enjoy. Thank you.
Which one? What's up? Yeah, I press on.
India.
Last night was really.
Can I borrow your pen? What is this?
In worlds far away, can't remember, can't forget. Let the street lights guide you, and I'll take you there, set you free, let you go, then come back to me. And here's where I wait, building hours and the days I can't tear myself away. left me helpless and paralyzed. There were no lies between me and you. You said nothing of what you wanted. But there was still something in your eyes, left me helpless and paralyzed.
Do you want to speak? Okay. Okay, this is the end of the Patrick Ong presentation. Can you give applause for Patrick? Thank you. So if you want to know and see more about the picture and the video from Patrick, you can visit the website. The website is
Underwater Passion. And I recently I have published a book that you can able to find where 360.
Okay. For the book festival, right? Okay, so you can visit his website in www.underwaterpatient.com. Okay, so maybe you have some option, yeah, for your next holiday and next trip. Thank you, have fun, have a good day. We still have a speaker. Next, maybe will be a great information for you too, because he will talk about Borneo from below. Wow, okay. And before that, I would like to invite you once again to all the visitor and exhibitor, please come to the main stage because we have our next speaker. Some people call him Bertie Borneo from below. So please welcome Aaron Jankowski.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a little bit quiet here though, so I am going to cajole. Right. Who would like, this is my boss, he's not even here listening. Jason, come and listen to my talk. Okay, anyone else? Who else might like to learn about Borneo? Would you, hello sir? Have you been to Borneo? Would you like to? Have you ever heard of Borneo from below?
No idea what that is.
Come and listen to my talk. Yeah, please sit down. Anyone else? Gentlemen? Have you ever dived at Borneo?
Borneo?
Come and listen to my talk. Come and hear all about Borneo and the amazing dive series, Borneo from Below. Oh, okay. They don't, all right. That didn't work. I think maybe we got 2 extra people. Right. Okay. So my name is Aaron Jankowski, also known as Bertie, and I'm an underwater photographer and journalist. I'm also the in-house presenter for Scuba Zoo. Scuba Zoo, for those of you who don't know about it, we're one of the world's leading underwater photo and film companies. We're based out of Kota Kinabalu in Sabah in Borneo. And we've spent the last sort of 20 years filming blue chip documentaries for the likes of the BBC, National Geographic, Discovery Channel. But we've just made the very exciting move into digital platforms. And what our very first online series is called Borneo from Below. So Scuba Zoo asked me out to Borneo to present this series. Okay? So what is Borneo from Below? First of all, has anyone seen it here? I'd just be interested to know. That's not bad. You're the director though, you don't count. You're my mate. Oh, I don't know you. Do you like it? Yeah? Okay, cool. So a little bit about Borneo from Below. Borneo from Below is an online web series devoted entirely to the marine life and the people around the exotic island of Borneo. We include sort of 4 main areas, that's diving, wildlife, people, and environment. And we try and tackle some kind of very serious issues, but doing it in quite a kind of entertaining and hopefully engaging way. It's something that we like to call funservation. Partly because I like splicing words together, it's annoyingly addictive, but partly because it actually really sums up what we're trying to do on Borneo from Below. These are some of the issues that we cover: shark finning, turtle poaching, the seahorse trade, wreck diving. We're actually showing a couple of our films on Sunday. at I think 3:40 at the photo and video stage, so please come and check that out. We've done 27 episodes so far, each between about 5 to 14 minutes in length. And we're going to show you some clips, some photos, and some videos from Series 1. Borneo from Below was very much produced on a nano budget. We had to beg, borrow, and steal scuba and call in many scuba zoo favors in order to make the series happen. Okay, next. So one of the main areas that we cover are interesting dive sites around Borneo. And we've been lucky enough to spend a lot of time at Sipadan. And Sipadan is famous for its big schools of resident sharks, jackfish, and resident bumphead parrotfish. At Sipadan, you can dive with between 200 to 300 bumphead parrotfish on a single dive. And also people who look a lot like bumphead parrotfish, like this guy, Simon. Simon, as well as looking like a bumphead parrotfish, is a dive master at Scuba Junkie. A very inspirational guy. He spent 20 years working in the police force in London. And then because of injury, he decided to jack it all in and now has what many people might consider to be the best dive job in the world, essentially leading people around Sipadan on a daily basis. And Simon invited me out for a one-on-one dive session at Sipadan. And here is a clip from the episode.
The mouse?
Simon Lloyd may just have the best dive job in the world. As a dive master at Scuba Junkie, Simon spends his working days guiding customers around the stunning scenery at Sipadan Island. However, this wasn't always the case. Before converting to a life aquatic, Simon spent nearly 20 years as a police officer back in the UK.
Okay, so Barracuda Point, dive number 1. We're going to do a good buddy check before we go in because that's very important. We're going to see a big school of jackfish. We swim through the school, have some fun. Hopefully, at this time of the morning, we should have sharks still hunting, maybe some giant trevallies still around. After we do that, we're going to carry on kicking on. We're going to look for the bumphead parrotfish. All this in one dive. All this in one dive. It is actually the #1 dive site in the world, many years in a row. I've never done it this early, so I am very excited too. Yeah. Okay, we'll stop talking and then let's get in the water.
Okay, so hopefully that just gives you a very small insight into why Sipadan is regularly voted the world's best dive site. But Borneo from Below is not just about the big schools of fish. We also cover things like interesting animal behavior, as well as some of the smaller inhabitants of the ocean. We've got episodes on cuttlefish, on seahorses, and nudibranchs. And it was actually one of the smallest inhabitants of the ocean that provided us with the biggest surprise in season 1.
That night, whilst going to bed, I heard the far-fetched tale of a nudie so weird it might as well have been from outer space.
Today is no ordinary night, because we are on the hunt, believe it or not, for a two-headed nudie brand. And I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen the photographic evidence with my own eyes. And this was the man who found them. Time for a nudie treasure.
Now, believe it or not, that is the first time ever a two-headed nudibranch has been found and photographed. Now, whilst it might seem like we're just simply having a lot of fun and messing around on Borneo from below, I can assure you that actually there is quite a serious educational message to take from most of our episodes. And we have a strand called Creature Features, whereby we focus on a different species every episode. And this is, well, it is all about seahorses this year at ADEX, so it only seems right that I show a very short clip from our seahorse episode.
Now, Director Will, I'd like to tell you a story about a magical, mystical animal that is loved the world over. My name is Bertie, and this is Borneo from below. What do you get if you cross the head of a horse with the snout of an aardvark, eyes of a chameleon, pouch of a kangaroo, and tail of a monkey? Looking like the love child of numerous species, the seahorse's Latin name is hippocampus, which means horse caterpillar. Oddly enough, one of the only creatures a seahorse doesn't look like. Seahorses are often found eating. In fact, they can chomp up to 3,000 pieces of food a day, as they don't possess a stomach. It's pretty much in and out, so a seahorse must constantly eat to stay alive. Where's my dinner? Seahorses have the ability to move each eye independently. Not only do they look unique, but seahorses are the only creatures on Earth to have a reverse pregnancy, in which the male gives birth to the young. Once the female passes her eggs to him, he will then fertilize them in his pouch before giving birth to up to 1,500 young at a time. Pretty neat, huh?
Okay. But what are all of these fascinating animals without the people who are tasked with saving them? Borneo from below, we like to showcase some of the scientists and conservationists who are working around the area 24/7 in order to protect these animals. One such guy is Dr. Nick Pilcher. Now, Dr. Pilcher is not only one of the world's leading turtle experts, but he's the IUCN go-to guy for turtles. Now, Dr. Pilcher uses quite a kind of controversial method to catch turtles, which is known as turtle wrangling. And turtle wrangling essentially involves throwing yourself off a speeding boat on top of a turtle and then wrestling it onto a boat in order to perform critical scientific research. And Dr. Pilcher invited me out on one of his turtle tagging trips. Play. Video. It is, it's a video.
This week, I'm at Pulau Mantanani on a turtle rodeo. My name is Bertie, and this is Borneo from below. Turtle, take it, take it!
Today I'm joining world-leading turtle expert Dr. Nick Pilcher and his team from the Marine Research Foundation on a turtle tagging trip up to Pulau Mantanani off the coast of Borneo.
We're out on the hunt, right? And we're looking for turtles. See these rocks down here?
Yeah.
They're probably rocks. Okay. But when they move, good chance they're a turtle.
Why are we catching the turtles?
This allows us to figure out whether they're male or female, and allows us to keep track of how the population is doing.
Why do you use this method to catch them?
If we strung a net, we'd be waiting hours and hours and hours for them to just happen to swim into it. And like this, it's fairly shallow. We can drive around, we spot them moving, chase after them, jump in, catch them, bring them back to the boat. It's much faster.
Does it cause the turtles any distress?
No, not really. You know, they obviously, nobody likes being caught by a big, huge person in a black wetsuit, but you know, they recover very quickly. Take it!
My moment of glory and I missed. Because of refraction, it looks so much closer than it actually is. It's so much harder than it looks. Think, what am I doing wrong?
You're not catching them. Yours, take it now. Now.
Yes! Totally awesome! I've got it! The Turtle Whisperer! Okay, we've got you crispy. Very small, but they all count. After catching my first turtle, I get a grip of things, if you'll excuse the pun, and manage to catch several more. Yes! Right, we're in the swing of things now. Easy as that.
Okay, so whilst it might look a little bit brutal, I can assure you that that actually is the best way of catching turtles. And it was because of Dr. Pilcher's work in northern Borneo that they found out that most of the turtles there were female. And the reason for this was that Sabah Parks, with all the best intentions, were moving the nests to a place that they thought was safe. But as probably you guys know, a turtle's sex is determined by the heat of the nest. So they were moving them to somewhere that was too hot, so all the turtles were being born female. So Dr. Pilcher discovered all female turtles means we need to put a little bit of shade up. So they put some shade up and it sort of leveled out the sex ratio. But Borneo from below, we don't just look at the scientists and conservationists. We also got to spend a bit of time with some of the indigenous communities. And one such community is the Bajau Laut. The Bajau Laut are also known as the Sea Gypsies, and they're people who spent their entire lives on the ocean, never setting foot on land because they get land sick. And this was one fisherman called Maniac who invited us out with him for the day. Now, the Sea Gypsies are incredible free divers. They can hold their breath for minutes at a time and dive to extreme depths in order to catch their food. One way that they manage to support their families is by catching mantis shrimp. And whilst it might not seem very palatable as a diver to walk around the local areas and seeing hundreds of mantis shrimp stuffed into bottles on sale at the restaurants, we have to remember that these people are essentially doing all that they can in order to feed their families. When we went out with Maniac, it took him half a day in order to catch one mantis shrimp. Incredibly difficult, back-breaking work for which he'll be paid probably $2. Unfortunately, the sea gypsies' way of life is under threat, and more people are moving away from their boats, and they are forming settlements on land, like here on Bull Island. And I was lucky enough to be invited out by one of the Bajau family who still live on the boat, and they told me a little bit why their way of life was changing, and also showed me around their house as well, which was fantastic. Just going to go on a tour of Francis's boat. And what we have here, we have the engine, and next up is the gas used for cooking is over there, and that's Francis's wife. Hello. Hello. And here is the kitchen area. So we have pots and pans and everything. Lots of young children here. Hello. It's the hammock. I love that hammock. How cool is that? And then we carry on. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry, it's quite cramped in here. And then we go through. There's pillows for sleeping there. And then we have these gorgeous, gorgeous children. Oh, how adorable is that? And the wardrobe over here. And coming up towards the end is the fishing gear.
After looking around the floating family home, Francis tells me a bit more about their lives on the ocean.
Dahil dari KKN, kami tidak pakai rumah, kami tidak biasa. Kalau ada duit kami bikin perahu. 3.000. KKN siang 2 WhatsApp. Kami biasa kan. Tidak bagus perasaan.
How do you make a living?
Bang kami ang alam bukan buwan niya dahil nabili. Kalau kami raih, so nggak kabut dari rahubah itu aku lang mata kami. Kami itu bang bara kulit tembahan bara kulit dahil kabilasa kami anak-anak lingan itu.
Whilst it might seem romantic living entirely on the ocean, as a result of overfishing, the Bajau now face a daily struggle just to feed their family.
Okay, so that concludes a very short summary of 27 episodes of Series 1. But the good news is we are just starting production on Series 2, and we have a load of very, very cool subjects lined up, including the hammerheads at Layang Layang. We've got phosphorescence in Miri. I'm going to have to survive the legendary Survivor Island of Pulau Tiga. So yeah, lots more coming up. So in Borneo from Below Series 2. And then hopefully we're going to take the series worldwide. Maybe Indonesia from below for Series 3, Philippines from below. The world is our oyster. So yeah, thank you very much everyone for turning up. If you would like to see all of our episodes, they can be found on borneofrombelow.com. So that you stay tuned when all episodes are released. Then please like our Facebook page, just /Borneo from Below. I'd like to say a massive thank you as well to the guys at Scuba Junkie, wherever they are. This series would not have been possible without their fantastic help. And Scuba Junkie do more for conservation than any dive center I have ever been to. Finally, series producer Jason Isley, editor Jack, and director, cameraman Will, thank you for all the fantastic work with Borneo from Below. And last but not least, we have started a Patreon campaign, which is a type of crowdfunding. So any money that is donated, 50% of it goes towards funding Borneo from Below Series 2, whilst the other 50% goes directly to the conservation causes that we support. And you can also get some fantastic rewards in the process. Oh, and we're looking for corporate sponsorship as well. So if there's any corporations with tons of money and they don't know what to do with it, come and talk to me, Jack, or Will. Okay, Thank you very much. If there's any questions.
Yeah,
let me
you're
know.
very welcome. Thank you, Reddy. Okay, so don't go anywhere. So guys, do you have any question? Maybe we can have a short Q&A session with you. If you have any question about Borneo or about seahorse or anything.
Fantastic.
Fantastic? No? Okay, thank you once again for you. Good luck for anything you do. Success for you. Okay, and next we still have a lot of activity that I told you like since in the morning that in ADEX 2016 it's more than just exhibition because we have a speaker that give you information, explain about the presentation, and of course we have a kid zone. We have the scuba tank, so if you want to try the sensation of scuba diving, you can try in scuba tank. And then we have a movie festival, and then we have a book festival, yeah. In the other area of the stage is in underwater 360. They have a lot of activity too there. And of course, now we will going to the next schedule for the main stage is we will see the movie, the film from The Secret Life of Seahorses. Because just for your information that this year in 2016, ADEX is dedicated to seahorse. And I want to inform you about the application. We have ADEX application. So please, if you want to know more about the specific information about this event, you can download the application in your mobile phone by App Store or Android Store. So you can get the information about the map and then about the schedule, about the activity, and about anything about ADEX, yeah. And don't forget to share your moment in ADEX. Don't forget to upload it, and don't forget to take and mention us in our social media. And of course, after this, at 3 p.m., we will have an opening ceremony. And then before that, we have a traditional dance performance by Indonesian dance troupe. So don't miss it. And now it's time to us to watching the movie. And the film is The Secret Life of Seahorses. And this is the movie.
We got 40 minutes. You're supposed to.
One response I get if I say I study seahorses is disbelief. People say they don't really exist, do they? And more or less classify them with the unicorn as a mythical animal. And get positively excited when I say not only do they exist, but I work and live with them.
A passion for seahorses has dominated the last 10 years of Amanda Vincent's life. Most of her research has taken place in the unlikely setting of Sydney Harbour, Australia. Here, the cold and murky water hides a thriving colony of about 100 seahorses. The residents of the surrounding suburbs know little of their neighbours. Amanda and her team prefer it that way. She is the first scientist to have successfully studied seahorses in the wild and has spent thousands of hours underwater with them. Now she is the world's expert on these legendary creatures. To the untutored eye, seahorses are virtually invisible, blending in with the seagrass that they inhabit.
Seahorses are really very difficult to watch in the wild. My first attempt was a screaming disaster where I couldn't see anything, and it wasn't until I developed this really clear image of what a seahorse looked like that I was able to find them even in my sleep.
Amanda has learned to spot this remarkable-looking fish from the distinctive curl of a tail or the glint of an eye. Nearly all of the seahorses in the colony have now been tagged with a numbered necklace. This allows Amanda and the team to recognize each individual and for the first time reveal their secret life.
Most of what we found in the Sydney Harbour study site would have been impossible to discover in captivity. I mean, I tried and I didn't get very close to it. You get some essence of what's happening, but the full elaboration comes in the field. For example, there's no way in aquarium tanks you can discover that each male has its own little piece of seagrass and sticks to that one piece of seagrass and a little area around it. The female comes in every day to meet him. You just wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know that when other animals, their neighbors, come to visit them, they ignore them completely. And they just stick to this one partner. Really, you have to have the whole community laid out before you and know every individual before you can understand the complexity of it.
Seahorses might only be a type of fish, but Amanda has discovered that their social life is surprisingly intricate. Every morning, each seahorse does a greeting dance with its partner. The couple entwine tails and promenade through the seagrass together. Seahorses make the most faithful of partners. They pair up for life and scorn all others. This sort of fidelity is very rare in the animal kingdom and is part of their appeal to Amanda. She's come to know their behavior intimately.
Well, I was particularly fond of male 97. He was just a handsome, big, solid seahorse who every now and then would throw a mild tantrum, and I liked that. Theoretically, we're never meant to ascribe any human emotions to animals, but to be honest, when you're under the water for half of your waking hours with a particular community of animals, it's very hard not to think that they have something in common with you and not to develop some rapport with them. We just have to be very careful not to let that social viewpoint enter the scientific research we're doing. And we try to be very detached on the actual data. There's something rather extraordinary about having a fish hold your hand. And seahorses just do that.
Amanda carefully captures any new seahorses she finds in the colony. She leaves a clip behind to know where to return them. For the seahorse, this patch of seagrass is home.
What have we got? I think it's male, this one. Came out mid. His partner is female 124. Right.
Back on shore, each seahorse can be measured and tagged. By studying them over several years, Amanda and her researchers have found out that seahorses grow continuously throughout their lives, which can be as long as 4 years.
Snout length is 11.1.
Remarkable as seahorses are, there is one fact about them that makes them unique among all animals, from fishes to humans. This seahorse is pregnant. It is also male. In seahorses, it's the male and only the male that gets pregnant, goes through labor, and gives birth to the young. The way they mate is also unique, and it's rarely witnessed. This is the first time ever that seahorses mating in the wild have been filmed. Just before they mate, the couple display to one another by rearing their heads upwards. The male is on the left, and it's actually possible to see his pouch bulge as it fills with eggs from the female. The male seahorse now swims back down into the seagrass. He sways to settle the eggs firmly into his pouch. His female partner departs and leaves the rest of the work to him.
I've been studying seahorses for maybe 5 years before I ever saw mating in the wild. When you consider that my research was on their reproduction, their mating, that was a big gap in my understanding. And when finally, after 9 hours in the water one day, I stuck with it and got a mating in full glory just in front of my mask, it was like finally it was all paying off. It's just wonderful.
There's no doubt that it's the male that gets pregnant, because it's the male seahorse, like all other male animals, that makes the sperm, while the female produces the eggs. That's the basic biological definition of male and female. Occasionally, when the underwater surge is especially violent, the male and female fail to align themselves properly during mating. If this happens, the female can squirt some of her bright red eggs into the sea instead of her partner. Any eggs within the male's pouch are fertilized by the sperm that he provides. In 3 weeks, he'll be ready to give birth. The King George Maternity Hospital in Sydney delivers 400 babies a month, but they've never seen a patient like this one before. With the help of a special narrow endoscope, Dr. Martha Hickey could give Amanda an astonishing and unique view right inside the pouch. The male seahorse was anesthetized beforehand.
Okay. Goodness, what am I seeing there? I'm confused. Something breaking loose, because those are all the tissues they're wrapped in. Each one has its own pocket. You see the seahorse eye. There's a tail. And then this is just breaking loose from its tissue pocket. These guys are ready to be born. Look at the eye. Can we get better focus on that eye? There's the tail. Brilliant. Okay. Great. There's a snout. See, it's breathing in the pouch. They're already, when they're born, they're fully independent. They're completely, fully formed seahorses. This is amazing.
The self-contained world of the pouch is carefully controlled by the pregnant father. The baby seahorses each have their own little tissue pocket, and they get oxygen and nutrients from the father's blood network. Surprisingly, their development is regulated by the same hormone as in women, prolactin. This is a very real pregnancy.
We have about 150 or 200 young in there, something like that. Maybe 90, I don't know. I have to have a look. He's not a very big male, so maybe about 90.
So they're very active inside. I'm surprised at how active they are.
Well, I think he was probably going to give birth tonight. I had no idea he was this pregnant. I thought he was getting towards pregnancy, but these guys are just amazing. I always wanted to look inside one of these. This is the first.
Of course, the male seahorse has to endure labor too. This always begins at night. The labor can last several hours. He has contractions, pumping and thrusting to dislodge the numerous young packed inside the pouch. Finally, the seal of the pouch bursts open and the fully formed young emerge in a rush, tiny replicas of their parents. The environment of the pouch alters throughout pregnancy from being that of body fluid to a liquid similar to seawater, so that the young don't get too much of a shock when they're born. They are immediately able to fend for themselves, and their father takes no further part in their rearing. Despite the fact that the brood can be as large as 1,500, seahorse numbers around the world have plummeted. These young seahorses face an uncertain future. Amanda isn't the only person with a strong interest in seahorses. She heard rumors that Chinese medicine was a big user of them, and so she went to Hong Kong to find out more. What she saw shocked her.
When I see complete mounds of seahorses like this, I'm completely struck by the fact that I've never seen this many living seahorses in my life. And here they are in a great big heap. And I can't even imagine the range, the number of places they must have come from to fill buckets like this. And I know that there are many more buckets like this. So that stuns me rather a lot. I guess I get frightened because I have no idea how many seahorses are in the world. I know that seahorses' populations are declining. And I don't know at what rate. I just feel like we're not in control of what's happening here.
Many of the seahorses that end up in Hong Kong have come from the Philippines, 1,000 miles away. In the village of Handu Mon, Nong Nestor is one of the fishermen who hunts seahorses. 6 nights a week, he heads out to a reef armed with a bucket and a lantern. The seahorses come out from crevices in the coral during the night. Even though it's dark and Nong Nestor is diving as deep as 10 meters on one breath of air, he's still able to find them. Once spotted, catching a seahorse is only too easy. A threatened seahorse will grasp onto its perch all the more tightly, relying on camouflage and body armor for protection. To no avail when the predator is an expert human fisherman. The trade in seahorses spans many countries, but the focus is in Hong Kong. To investigate this secretive business, Amanda often had to rely on subterfuge.
You can't go in straightforwardly and say, hey, I'm here to find out about the seahorse trade. Instead, you have to approach it quietly. So some days I was just a silly little giddy tourist who just wanted to buy a yellow seahorse for my brother who wanted one as a souvenir. And other days I was interested in explaining that we wanted to culture seahorses and was there a market, and to raise capital in the West we'd have to know how big the market was, and looking for serious figures and data. Nearly every importer we visited in China needed 100 kilos, 500 kilos a ton tomorrow. Are you able to get lots of seahorses? How many more seahorses could he use every month if we could supply them?
They want more than 300 to 500 kilograms or endless, whatever you've got.
Half a ton is a lot of seahorses, and the buyers scour the South Pacific for as many as they can find. Last night, Nong Nestor caught 7. A seahorse this size earns him 15 pesos, about 40 pence. By the time they get to Hong Kong, weight for weight, seahorses are more valuable than silver. Bleached and dried, 7 seahorses weighing just a few grams are worth over 50 pounds. This is big business. The mystique surrounding these remarkable animals has been their downfall. They're sold as if there's no limit to their medicinal powers, from curing heart disease to aphrodisiacs.
Who uses these? Men or women uses these medicines?
Many men, they use it to become more manly, something like that.
So for sexual function, sexual disorders and things like that?
Oh, not disorder, but just to become a little bit
more
stronger.
virile,
Yes.
yeah.
We believe that when they are alive, they stay together in the sea, for their life. So we believe that they have great abilities, otherwise they couldn't stay that long for life together.
So you believe that because they form pairs for life, it must be because they're sexually happy. Is
That's
that right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Seahorses have been used in Chinese medicine for maybe 400, 500 years. I'm not in a position to judge whether these seahorse-based medicines actually work, but there's a great deal of confidence within the Chinese medicine community that they work, and I think it's something that bears looking into. How many seahorses she bought?
Tỷ lắm chị Mai chị đó Dạ lợn.
The traditional form of Chinese medicine relies on tailoring the prescription to the patient, precisely measuring out the different drugs and ingredients.
What happens now? They go into soup like that, or they get ground up?
20 phố được tất cả là. Yeah. Yeah, with some add some pork with it.
Oh, with pork.
Yes, make it as soup.
But is there any other ingredient that's as good, or is seahorse is the best available?
Có tất nhất định di đậu gà.
This will make you better.
Yeah.
Get rid of the cough.
What concerns Amanda most is the move from the sale of whole animals to seahorses that are ground up and used in pre-packaged pills and capsules.
Seahorse genital tonic pills. And what's the ingredient in here?
They mix it with lots of other medicines.
The seahorses and other things.
Pre-packaged medicines mean that smaller and younger seahorses are used. Seahorses that in the past would have been unacceptable because of their small size.
What's the other one? Is that Japanese? So they must sell these in Japan as well.
Japanese like this a lot.
The Japanese like...
It's a very big market over there.
The best estimate at the moment is that something like 20 million seahorses are used every year in Chinese medicine alone. That's a conservative estimate. I'm having to revise it upwards all the time. It's impossible to know exactly what impact that's having on wild populations. I mean, nobody else is looking at seahorses. How are we to tell? But we do know that those populations we can follow more closely have decreased by maybe 50% over the last 5 years. And that just has to lead you to worry. You just have to think, if that's happening in the known populations, what on earth is happening with the rest of the populations that are being exploited?
Amanda.
Go ahead.
Okay, guys, sorry that I just stopped the movie for a moment because I have information that in the scuba tank, we have another activity that we have Alexander from Ukraine. He is Guinness World Record for the largest underwater painter. So we will see what he wants to draw and what he wants to paint, right? So yeah, while we're waiting for the show, we will continue the movie, okay? So just enjoy the movie and enjoy the activity in scuba tank.
Isn't one of life's bystanders. She had to do something to save her beloved seahorses. She set off for the Philippines to try to set up a conservation project.
I guess I didn't know when I came to the Philippines what I was going to find. I'd never been to the Philippines until I started looking into the whole seahorse trade issue. And I guess I was stunned by how amazingly supportive, eye-continued, and interested the people were in anything we had to say to do with the project.
"900 people live in Handuman, and the whole life of the village revolves around the sea. This beautiful area is actually the poorest region of the Philippines, and there aren't many ways to make money. Nong Nestor catches small fish to feed his family, but the only way he can earn any hard cash is from seahorses.
I've been fishing seahorses for 18 years. They are very important for my family because I use them to buy food and medicine.
Over half Nong Nestor's annual income comes from seahorses, mainly used to buy rice for his 7 children. But there's a crisis facing the villagers. Each morning when they compare their catches, they have emptier buckets. From 40 or 50 seahorses a night a few years ago, they're now lucky if they catch 15. And things are getting worse. As they catch younger and smaller seahorses, the population is dwindling further. This has serious implications for both villagers and seahorses.
Seahorse fishing has changed over the years. Before, there were very few fishermen. Now, there are many more, and that's why the seahorses are disappearing.
If you ask the fishers what would happen if the seahorse populations totally collapsed, if there were no seahorses to catch, they almost refuse to consider it because it's such a frightening prospect. One of our main jobs here is to make sure that we work simultaneously for the seahorses and the seahorse fishers. It's actually quite easy because we want the same thing as the seahorse fishers. We want there to be enough seahorses that you can fish off a few without losing the entire species.
This radical but pragmatic approach to conservation would only work if Amanda could persuade the locals to collaborate with her. They would have to dramatically change their long-established fishing practices, and not surprisingly, they were skeptical of her motives. Working with Amanda was Marivic Pajaro of a Filipino conservation group, a skilled biologist in her own right. She tried to persuade them of the plan.
We were very hopeful that the project would go well. It's just that we had some doubts about the village accepting us because we don't know them. They don't know us, especially there's Amanda, a Westerner, so a white lady, so they would call. We had to consult the village if they would be willing to work with us.
The meeting seemed to be going pretty calmly until eventually one man, knowing Nestor, developed enough confidence to say, "What are you really here for? What are you actually trying to do?" After that, for about a month, we continued to hear rumors as to what we were doing here. In fact, we were really communists trying to agitate the local population and so on.
Hanjumon is a close-knit community, and nothing could happen without the approval of the mayor of the village, Nong Craig.
When Amanda first came here, some people were saying that she was looking for sunken gold, and we were all worried about the motives of her project. Now, I realize that she will help us in trying to conserve the seahorses of Hanjumon. I believed what Amanda said, because I also see the male and female seahorses face each other underwater.
I think a lot of people are really surprised that it's actually the male that gives birth.
So the seahorses are doing it right. So the males would experience the pains of the birth.
Although she had convinced them of her expertise, Amanda was wary of alienating the villagers with her foreign ways.
When I was thinking about how I wanted to build this project, it seemed crazy to bring in Westerners. In the Philippines, there are good biologists, good community organizers who understand better than I ever can what's going on in their country. I just don't believe for a moment that we'd be making any headway at all if I brought in a crowd of Westerners. It wouldn't have worked. What was it before, do you? Larger, smaller?
We have encountered problems with Amanda. She could get imposing, and we'd get into arguments with her. She could be very excited, and she would go, 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 and say, "Calm down, Amanda. Your pace is too fast for us." So in the end, we would settle it. We would understand her. She would understand us. So our partnership, for now, is going well.
The gradual approach paid off. The fishermen agreed to help the project by showing the biologists their seahorses before they sold them. This was a simple way of finding out the types and number of seahorses they caught and where they fished for them. While the seahorses were being measured, they could also chat with the fishermen for extra details. One young villager has even joined Amanda's team. Milo Sosias used to be a fisherman himself, and his knowledge has made him invaluable in uncovering aspects of the fishing practices of the village.
38.8. We got really worried because so many of the fishers were bringing in pregnant males, and when you take a male and kill him, you also kill the young. You can try asking the fishers not to catch pregnant males, but realistically, if they leave them in the sea, somebody else will take them. It's just a fishery where everybody fishes everywhere. So we were trying to think of some way where the fishers wouldn't lose money, but we would be able to get those young into the wild.
Together with the fishermen, they came up with a solution. Now, whenever a pregnant male is captured, it's placed inside a cage. The male seahorse is only taken away to be sold after he has given birth in the cage. The baby seahorses can simply slip away through the mesh out into the open sea.
Nest size is enough to let the baby seahorses get out, but wouldn't let the pregnant male seahorses escape. So after the seahorses are there, till they give birth, the fishers would collect them again and sell it to the buyers.
Amanda finds it hard to live with the fact that she has become an accomplice in the killing of seahorses.
I am sick of seeing dying seahorses here, and every time more seahorses are hung to dry or more seahorses are brought in, I have to keep telling myself that we're looking towards the long-term future of seahorses. Remind myself we're not trying to save everyone. It's not as difficult as it might sound because I've come to care very deeply about the people of the village as well, and I am torn between the two extremes because I know that every seahorse they catch means food on the table for their families, and that helps give me some sense of perspective, and I suppose allows me to cope with the real loss of animals that I care about.
The seahorse cage helped many more young survive, but the only way to take the pressure off the adult seahorses was to set up an area of the reef where no fishing was allowed. This major change in fishing practice only happened because the mayor, Nong Preg, was prepared to pull a few strings.
So it's a complete sanctuary now.
The scheme has allowed breeding pairs of seahorses to bear young unmolested.
The sanctuary has only been going for about 8 months now, I suppose it's been enforced. What's exciting everybody is how quickly we're starting to see results. All the fishers are talking about how many more fishes there are in there, and the seahorses are certainly recovering rather quickly. When we walk around the village, it's a source of pride that comes up over and over again that they are making a difference. So now what we're trying to do is track and see what's happening to the catches outside the reserve to show that the reserve really is filling its role as a source for seahorses that fishers can catch, as well as a means of conserving important natural resources.
The fishermen are superb at spotting the hidden seahorses and dive down to point them out to the biologists. Their skills, honed over years of seahorse fishing, are now being applied to conservation as they help the team carry out an accurate census of all the seahorses in the area. They've proved that not only are seahorse numbers booming in the reserve, there are also more seahorses outside the boundaries of the sanctuary. The healthy population within the reserve is helping to replenish whole sections of the reef. But the very success of the reserve has introduced a new problem: poachers. The villagers witnessed more and more fishermen from neighboring islands enter their sanctuary and take the rich pickings. They decided to put a stop to it, and with the help of the QED program, they obtained a new boat dedicated to patrolling the sanctuary.
There's nowhere else in this part of the Philippines where there's an enforced sanctuary, the way that the villagers have chosen to enforce this one. And it's stirred people up a lot. This village is now not allowing illegal fishing, that's fishing with illegal types of gear such as dynamite and cyanide, anywhere in their waters, not just in the sanctuary. They're patrolling all their waters and their sanctuary particularly carefully. So this has upset a lot of local people who just accepted that illegal fishing or rules against illegal fishing would never be enforced. They never have been before. Why would you think they would be now?
But for someone as driven as Amanda, there's always scope for change. The most recent phase of the project is also the most ambitious. The Handamon villagers have just started a scheme to farm the seahorses. An underwater corral is being built for a whole seahorse colony. If it works, culturing them would create a constant supply for the trade and buy time for the seahorses in the wild.
These are the first pairs. Some of the fishers already promised that they'd give pairs to put in this corral. So this was the first pair that was brought in this morning, and you see he's already pregnant, so it'll be a good start.
This is the first big step also, yeah, for culturing.
The corral will be big enough for about 20 breeding pairs of seahorses. Eventually, the idea is to keep any young that are born on shore and grow them up to adulthood. This more ambitious plan is fraught with difficulty, as the captive young need a constant supply of live food. Farming seahorses is a long-term commitment. While the seahorse project is going well for the moment, Amanda still has concerns. The biologists will only remain in Handamon for a couple more years, and they don't know whether the villagers will have enough drive to continue with the project.
I am glad about the project because it is helping our area develop. But the problem is who will run the project when I leave.
But there is hope for the future, and Milo Socias, the fisherman-turned-biologist, will play a key role.
We decided that we really needed to ensure that when we leave as a team, which leave we will one day, there had to be something left behind. So we established a scholarship, a high school scholarship, whereby that person would spend 1 or 2 days a week with us as an apprentice in marine conservation. We've been really lucky in our first scholarship student. Milo has just been an exciting find. He was a seahorse fisher, so he has a very strong understanding of some of the problems of the seahorse fishery, but he also spreads a lot of our messages to other people.
Spreading the word has already paid big dividends. News of the Handamon approach to seahorse conservation has reached neighboring villages. They also catch seahorses, and without any prompting from Amanda and her team, they've started to change their own fishing practices.
It's very exciting that obviously the villagers themselves are talking about this project in positive terms and spreading the ideas, because that's the way that we're going to expand the scope of the initiatives really, really quickly, is if the village decides it wants to tell other people about it, and that's obviously what's happening.
The people of this village have now also set up their own reserve where no fishing for seahorses is allowed. It's the best evidence so far that Amanda's approach does work, and there's real hope that this type of conservation project will be copied throughout the region.
In general terms, there are two approaches to conservation. Quite a number of people feel it very important to protect the individuals of a species very closely by putting up fences or by putting trade bans on them. The other approach suppose, is just accepting that those animals cannot all be protected, not each and every one of them. And instead, you need to work towards ensuring that the populations survive, and just some individuals will be killed and will die. The latter approach, I think, is more sustainable. So we're working very hard to integrate what people need with what the animals themselves need, and building for a future for both.
Nakita nako nga sila nitabang gyud sa ating gimong project sa Kabayo.
We are collaborating in the project, and I am very happy that we are part of it, because we believe that the project will increase the number of seahorses in the future. And these seahorses are very important to our families.
Importante makaayo gyud ang kabayo sa pamilya.
Video done.
So the dancer is ready?
No, not yet.
So I just informed that in a few minutes we will start the part of,
Okay, so that's the movie from The Secret Life of Seahorses. And as we know that this year for ADEX 2016 is dedicated to seahorse. And maybe I will ask to one of you, and what do you think about the movie? You watched the movie? Okay, so what's your name, sir? Okay, where you come from? Okay, Sri Lanka. So what do you think about the movie, about the Secret Life of Seahorses?
Very educational and also very shocking to see all the seahorses dying. So hopefully this will change something and educate people. I think the buying has to stop, and then obviously killing will stop.
Okay, so maybe we need help the project, yeah. Okay, everyone have to know, yeah, so they can like know about that and know how to act with the seahorses. Thank you once again. And I want to inform to all of you that in the scuba tank now, we have the underwater artist that just paint underwater. And if you want to see, you can see. This is Alexandro from Ukraine. He still draw the picture, and the theme is a shark, yeah, one of the big shark. And I have the project leader, yeah, a project manager for this project. So can you tell some information about Alexander as an underwater artist?
Okay, I mean, this one, I mean, you mentioned that this one of the
Okay, so maybe if they want to see the picture of what he made, where?
Basically, he travels around the world in different oceans, mainly around Egypt, which you can actually see at the booth down there. We have all our works in the easels. You can actually see all the different paintings we have painted underwater, and you actually can tell how deep we actually did the painting. So I mean, if you just go by the corner, you can ask me. No, I'm there. I can explain to you.
Okay, thank you for the information and good luck for the project. Okay, so once again, I would like to inform you that in a few minutes we will start the opening ceremony. And after that, we still have another schedule. We still have a speaker for today in the main stage. After the opening ceremony of ADEX 2016, we have Dev Harasti for the conservation of seahorses. And then we have Ben Ray Menens for the launching of SSI new technical and free diving program. And after that, we have Ko Kwang Seong as a Singapore First Marine Park. And the last one is Ye Jin Kim for Sea Woman and Jeju Island. Yeah. So there's a lot of things that you will get in ADEX, because I told you that ADEX is more than just exhibition, because in here you will get information about scuba diving and about free diving, about mermaid, and about many things about ocean, and of course about conservation. And the other activity that we have the underwater artist, we have a mermaid, and then we have the kids zone. So if you bring your kids, you can go into the kids zone. And then of course we want to tell you that if you want to get a specific information, don't forget to download the application of ADEX in App Store or in Android Store. So you can get the map, you can get the route, you can get the activity, you can get the schedule, the rundown, and everything. And of course, don't go anywhere, because in a few minutes we will start the opening ceremony and we will see the dancer from Indonesian troops. So once again, thank you for you guys if you just coming, and don't forget to ask your friends to come to ADEX to Suntec Singapore, because we will be here until Sunday.
But it should play automatically if you go back the slide.
No, doesn't matter. I will help you click if it doesn't play automatically.
Can I just test it? Or doesn't come up on the screen, does it? Okay, so just click on that one there. That slide there for me.
This one?
Yep. And then just run as a slideshow. Slideshow up here. Yeah. Yeah, it's not playing. Why is it playing automatically? And you can't press play on it?
I could. Be a play button.
That's really weird. What I might have to do, there's another one, just go up a little bit higher. All right, go and click on this slide, and do a slideshow again. All right, click again. Yeah, that one. And then next one. This should play automatically. Yeah, see, not playing. Right, what I can do is go down. I can reinsert the images on the video because I saved them, they're in there.
All your videos are in here, right?
Yeah, so what I can do is I'll delete that now, put it back in, and then we'll relink it. That's something's going wrong. Oh,
no, I can't do anything on this computer right now.
That's what it is. It won't play to the window, the AVI files.
I see. Let's see if I can put it. Let's see what I can do. I have this DLC. Hey, it's playing on VLC.
Yes, I want that to play.
How about this? Once, when you need the video to be played, I'll swap it over to the video player. Would that be alright?
Yeah.
Would that be alright?
Yes, there's no other way you can do it. I did my presentation is done on a PC.
Okay.
So can you download the plugin for that? And use the plugin as a guide. downloaded it. Downloaded it.
Sucks. Close it.
Close it and then try it again. That's slide 12, I think. 11.
Stop playing. I hate using Mac.
I hate using Macs. I ban them at my work.
It's so confusing.
Here we go.
It's just so the Wi-Fi is fast.
Yeah.
Oops. Ah. And Max. Okay, let's see. Please visit this website.
I don't know.
So guys, once again, I would like to invite to all the visitor and exhibitor to come to the main stage, because in a few minutes we will see the traditional dance performed by Indonesian dance troupe, and after that we will be as guests for opening ceremony for ADEX 2016.
I don't like Macs.
Neither do I.
Yeah, they're gonna.
One, which one's two?
That one. Oh, hang on. No, that one was one. That's one. That one's one. That's two. That is two. So for my talk tomorrow, I've got a couple of videos as well, right? I can go home, I can convert them. What do I convert them to for the max? MP4? Should have brought my Surface with me. I could have converted
Do you
it.
have your laptop with you?
Unfortunately not. Didn't think it would be necessary. But I did tell Rachel to test it for me. Alright, so you just have to do it manually.
Okay.
Alright, no worries.
Again, I just play the music when they are playing. When they're ready, let's play the music.
Okay.
Okay, guys, this is it. This girl, you guys gotta keep on turning the camera around. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, represent Rima, Miss Scuba Indonesia. Hello, you're live on video right now.
Oh, hello. Hi, I really
Yes.
again upstairs.
Yeah.
For the final.
2 years.
No, last year.
Last year.
Last year we did
Yeah.
for the final.
What's Jamie?
First game is around that she will come together for the opening ceremony. Because in a few minutes we will have the opening ceremony for Asia that is 2016.
Okay, right. So
Do a song. Yeah.
After our minister have a seat, yeah.
Yeah.
After our minister have a seat, then
Okay.
you play the music.
Okay, this one, right?
The verbally, yeah. The verbally
Alright.
only, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, okay, okay.
It's not all supposed to be on there anyway. So what did you do? How do you want that? Oh, yeah, no, it's gonna be sitting there first.
Done ratio. I apologize. Yeah, we apologize. Wait. Yeah, try me too. You're ready for the dancer?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, but the minister is not here yet.
I just want to inform to the audience to come, yeah?
Rachel. No, I think the minister is not.
Oh, we're supposed to be on the main stage. You have a main stage, right? Yeah. Yeah, the dance is supposed to be. The dance you are supposed to be.
Okay, so once again, I would like to invite to all of you to come to the main stage because in a few minutes we will start the opening ceremony for ADEX 2016 dedicated to seahorses. Thank you.
finish my presentation.
Okay.
Be careful, don't be I need to stop.
Okay, we'll main stage first. Okay, we can dance with say welcome.
Let's take the minister.
Yeah, let's minister.
Okay.
Need to say welcome to the minister. To the legacy. No. Okay. Yeah. Can I present the this? Yeah. Can I ask the guys? The dancer is ready? Okay.
So ladies and gentlemen, as an opening act for opening ceremony for ADEX 2016 dedicated to seahorses, please welcome traditional dance performance by Indonesian dance troupe Tari Gebiar Bali. So once again, please give applause for Indonesian dance troupe Tari Gebiar Bali. And Miri Manemensa will give it to Jamie Tiada for the opening ceremony of ADEX 2016.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and that was a beautiful Indonesian traditional dance. But right now we're going into the opening ceremony. So first of all, welcome all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Asia Dive Expo 2016 or ADEX 2016. And this year, as you heard already, we're dedicated to the seahorse. We're here together at the opening ceremonies. But first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Jamie Pieta Manirat. I'm a Miss Scuba International 2012 and also the project leader of Thailand Mentor Project. It's such an honor for me to be here with all of you again this year at ADEX 2016. And I'm sure we're going to have another great event this year. We're very happy and excited to once again delivering the Asia's biggest and longest running dive show. And to get things started, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Executive Director of ADEX and publisher of Asian Geographic Magazine, Mr. John Tet.
You need to move the
This one is it?
Yeah, you need to move the slide when it's me. Okay. I need to have a slide to talk. So
Hi, distinguished guests, Mr. Excellency Alif Yahya, and then Ambassador for the Indonesia Tourism. I need to go through with the slides so we are better to use it. Ladies and gentlemen, and the speakers, exhibitors, sponsor, and all the guests of ADEX, we are very warm welcome from Singapore, and we are very honored to have everybody here in ADEX show. We believe the events that we will create events, we believe the three main things that we should be entertained, we should be educated, we also should be engaged with the industry. It's a very important things that we do. Okay, we are honored to have His Excellency Mr. Arif Yahya, Indonesian Minister for the ASEAN, Mr. Nura Sajayam for Ambassador, Mr. Dewi Raya Bhakti, Head of Social Culture Affairs, Mr. Siji Surayato and Widi Ando, Head of Economic Affairs. They are all in our opening ceremony. I'm warm welcome to all. And we also have the historical, the Hanyang divers from the Jeju Islands. We have it here. We have it here. They are come all the way here from this. The first time in ADEX, we got it, and the first time in the Thai show, we having them here. I'm very proud to have you here, and I'm glad they are here as well. Thank you. And we have an ocean ambassador, Liu Ming, for the celebrity from South Korea, the passion about the divings and the ocean. It's like we honored to have you here as well. We also have the ambassador for Mermaid from Hong Kong. She also one of the celebrity from Hong Kong. That ADU, I warm welcomes you here as well. And I would like to highlight this. We have all different angles that we will be covering. This is what we are trying to say about the 360. We are not just that's a Thai show that is we just run about just selling and buying things. You can just come here to buy. Everyone nowadays you can buy from internet all the nitrates or the equipment. We need to have a content is very important. As a publishing house, as a media, where we run the Thai show. The contents creating and main things is that all photography is always a main important role for us. So like photography will inspire many people. So these are our photographers from around the world. It's the 30 photography speakers. Welcome to all. Then we have another dead diving that we also want dead dive portion of the people who will be interested in dead diving. They can be learn a lot about dead diving will be start tomorrow, so we welcome to all the diving speakers. And we have a free diving speakers. We have a mermaid. We have a film festival. Film festival, we started it last year, and we are continuing to do that this year. It's to be a much more very, very interesting film festival that you will never see in Asia before. Some of the films are, we will see that is myself, when I look at it, I can't even want to move from the TV at all. It's like, I want you to check it out, our film festival as well. And we have a history film that we will never show in Asia before. We have a book festival. I'm very proud to launch this book festival because there is no book festival that in diving show before that we want to start kicking off with all those, the people behind the books, that they got a lot of passion behind it. You can see they can inspire so many people to become a diver. So it's a diving thing. It's not just about we just promoting each other. We should be open, welcome to the non-divers will become inspired to become a diver. So the book festival will be today 5 o'clock and tomorrow 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock. So like I wish people can check it out, our book festival as well. We got an ocean artist. One of the ocean artists is very unique. He will be a live drawing in the Titans. He himself is the Guinness World Record holder. So he already did the deepest drawing in the ocean. Yeah. We got marine conservation. That is a very important part of our oceans and very important part of the ADEX show, that where we started it. The first ADEX, where we take over ADEX 7 years ago, first ADEX we dedicated to shark, and we even changed the logo. We don't keep the logo all the time the same. We changed with all the species that we dedicated to. So we will continue to do that in a different angle from a different conservation group. So you will be learn a lot from the different aspects of it. And this is a new that we want to do. That is, we also think it's not just about consumer. We should open up for the business forum, and we want to open up for the dive tradings and the business things that we are proud to launch this one at the first time in the ADEX. So and I'd like to thanks to two MC from the Miss Cuba International, both of them, Jamie and Rima. So they will be hosting the show. And I'm warm welcome to all the speakers that are representing. This is the overall 105 speakers worldwide from the more than 30 countries. I'm very proud to host in the show. I'd like to share with you a little bit about the past about ADEX. So ADEX has been around for 21 years. Since I see there is an ADEX. The first is people who managed by the different. You can see the 4 year, 5 years, 4 year, 2 years. Nobody run ADEX managed more than 5 years. We are now in 7 years. We already break the records. And when we started the ADEX 7 years ago, our visitor numbers increase every year. We create not just a visitor. I believe we will be hit the break the record again for the this year again. And the booth that we started it only 88 booth, only a one hall in this area. Now we got 273 booths. And one of the things that I want to highlight here is that we are not just for the divers. This show always open up for non-diver to come and inspire. So this is the only number that not even a report very well, because we refunded entry $10 for the people who sign up for the diving course. So this is based on the only refund. People who don't report us, we didn't add in. So like every year we are creating more than 1,000 over divers in the ADEX show. So we are very proud to the supporting our industry that create more diver means more interest in this sports. We will keep on creating more divers here. And we already extended to China, the ADEX. I just share with you why ADEX in China. ADEX China was managed by Suntec Media. The last time the management, they went to the China 2005. It's 10 years ago. They are the first management going to the China on the 10 years ago, then 3 years later, they give us on things. So when I take over ADEX, I believe that I should keep up the history, I should deliver it, what they are aiming for. So we go back there, this will be this year, September, we will be in the 3rd year, we will be running the ADEX China. I think I'm looking forward to have a more success in the ADEX China as well. And this show is what we are doing in the main stage, and other places we will be live streaming on our website. And everybody, I wish that you can download our ADEX app. So because as you can see all the program, everything there, so you can see profile of the speaker as well. Thank you for the support from the Singapore Tourism Board, and we are working with associations like Historical Diving Society, to Singapore Underwater Federation. We are a member of Beyond Ocean Network. And another one that I want to celebrate is that this is the Singapore have the first marine park. They launched it in the last year, but I believe that this is in the ADEX hosted this year, and we are launching together. Thanks to Francis Lee, who organized the Blue Green Lion, they bring the MPARK together. This is one of the broad Singapore moment. They got sharing just the MPARK group is here. They got a lot of education of Singapore marine diversity. So you can learn more about from there. And I'd like to thanks to our ongoing, this will be a 6-year of Voice of the Ocean, the most popular photo contest because we don't do closed door judging. I'm also proud to say that this is the first dive show that ever do live judging in the we do open judging, so you can see how we do judging in the so we have a title sponsor, T Blues, and other sponsors. I'd like to thanks to all of them as well. And thanks for the Indonesia Tourism for the brought all the dance crew. I'd like to thank to other sponsors and the TV sponsors. I'd like to thanks to all the exhibitors, sponsors, all the medias. And I'd like to thank to my volunteers. They've been doing volunteers for every year. They do to make it very interesting for the show that they were supporting the different areas. Okay, why I need to thanks to my team, because I was sharing. We are not trained event running company. This is a publication media. So like all my teams are trained media. They are like editors to all. So I'm very proud of my team that this is the only we have. That's all we have. This is a team that we put out the whole show in the past. And this is 7-year running. I'm attached to my team. Okay, we used to call ourselves an underwater threesome, but we changed it this year to a 360. It's a time for us to moving and different kind of. We not just no more 2 media in one event. We got more than that. A lot of things are going on. So we also launched the underwater 360 Diver Daily Digest. Every day we are updating on the website about diving and trade, all things that we are putting in this one. So you can learn more from the site. Our magazine been around for many years. I just want to share that we publish. Asian Diver been around for 24 years now. Scuba Diver Australasia at 35 years. And Scuba Diver Australasia to Asian Diver is covering Asia Pacific. We want to cover worldwide. So we newly launched travel site at Scuba Diver Ocean Planet is UKB. And the team behind the publication, we have a lot of regular awards on it, so I'm proud of my team as well. So, okay. And I think I'm sorry that because I prepare with the letters, because there is no things to I don't want to take out the letter and I don't want to speed on it. It's like I just give it a letter. So that's why I have to go one by one with the slides. And deep down, everybody's wherever we come from, whoever we are, the most important is the ocean. I believe in the diving industry, what is the most important? People will say, maybe for me, I believe it's the ocean. Everybody, you don't need to be a diver as long as you are connected with the ocean. we all should be welcome. We should fight together. We should be educate together. We should be learn together. So, and next year we are going to have a very strong team that we do. Every year we are dedicated marine species, but next year I want to have a change. If you know how to look at it, the team that we focus on, the team ADEX, we don't want to stick with a lot of things, even the logo. We dare to change it because we don't want to be running the show like very traditional. We have to be very flexible. The logo change every year, topic change every year. So every year you will not get bored on that because we will bring from a different interest and keep going on with the things that different that we introduce every year. We have a new fresh. So I really think that we should be always remember that we cannot forget about ocean is the one that we should keep it back. Is without the ocean we have to give it. So like conservation on ocean, understanding on the ocean, education on ocean. We should be always keep on learning on that. So I hope to see everyone next year for the different dedication for this. And I would like to welcome tonight. This will be a film festival launch. Film festival will not be showing at the show until tomorrow. Tonight will be a sneak launch on the sneak preview launch on the 9:30 at the just the same building. Is the top floor in the same bar Indochin. I also like to thank to Indochin for the supporting in the past for many years official party. And Michael Ma, they say from the Indochin Group president, he is a very belief in conservation on a lot of things on marine and heat. So we are very. We want you to share this ocean from the different view of the ocean, how people create the different angles. I want you to be a part of this. We are welcome for this. And the last, I'm really think that ADEX is we are not just a dive show. We want to be totally different from the just focusing on just a dive show. We want to bring from a different ground, different things. And I'd like to thank everyone to be here for the opening ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. John Tet. And ladies and gentlemen, as John already mentioned, that this year we are extremely honored and proud to welcome our guest of honor, His Excellency Mr. Arif Yahya, the Minister of Tourism, Republic of Indonesia, to join us this year. Thank you very much, sir. And as we all know that the Indonesian archipelago features some of the world's best diving, and Indonesia's incredible marine biodiversity is a powerful reason to participate in ADEX 2016 and up. So to say a few words, may I please invite His Excellency Mr. Arif Yahya, the Minister of Tourism, Republic of Indonesia, to say a few words for us. Please give him a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. The Honorable Chairman of Raffles Marina, Mr. Francis Lee, the Honorable Executive Director of ADEX, Mr. John Tet, His Excellency, the Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia for Singapore, Bapak Ngurah Swajaya, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. It's my great pleasure, together with all of you here, at the annual event of ADEX 2016, organized by Underwater Tourism Group. As the pavilion sponsor, the Ministry of Tourism of the Republic of Indonesia is pleased to bid all of you a warm welcome to the opening ceremony of ADEX 2016. Indonesia is delighted to be part of ADEX once again, which marks our 7th year of participation in this biggest international diving exhibition in Asia. It is also part of our effort and commitment to promote Indonesia as a premier diving destination recognized internationally, welcoming divers from all over the world to Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, out of our 10 tourism destination priorities for 2015-2019 of National Development Plan, 7 of them are marine tourism destination. And our marine tourism sector contributed 10% of tourism forex earning. We are focusing marine tourism into 3 zones. The first is coastal zone, contributed 60%. The second is sea zone, contributed 25%. And the last is underwater zone, contributed only 15%. So from the total, only 1.5% of foreign earning received. As for the underwater, the top 10 destination are, number 1 is Bali, Lombok, Labuan Bajo, Alor, Derawan, Bunaken, Togean, Wakatobi, Ambon, and the last is Raja Ampat. By the end of 2016, we are expecting to add up from 25 to 30 diving destination with over 500 unique dive sites to explore. For this event, besides the exhibition, we will also be participating on Scuba 360 Business Forum with our honorable speaker, Professor Indroyono Susilo. Okay, thank you, Pak Indroyono Susilo. As he will speak about branding and marketing of Indonesia marine tourism. We are very proud to announce that our wonderful Indonesia brand is at 47 position based on country brand strategy rating on 2015 by World Economic Forum. We are also very proud to present one of the best Indonesian underwater photographer, Ms. Indra Swari. As she will talk about wonderful creators of Indonesia on Main Stage Business Forum tomorrow at 1 p.m. My appreciation also goes to Mr. Patrick Ong, who willingly share his new perspective for divers and underwater photographers on why should they dive to interesting dive location like Bali, Komodo, and Raja Ampat. My highest appreciation, and I wish this year's ADEX a resounding success, and I expect our participation will be able to increase marine foreign tourists, especially divers, to visit wonderful Indonesia. And the last, let's dive in Indonesia. It is available throughout the year with extravagant and amazing underwater life in wonderful Indonesia seas at its ways to be explored. Warmest greeting from wonderful Indonesia. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, for being with us right here at ADEX 2016. And ladies and gentlemen, this year we have dedicated our show to the exquisite and fragile animal, the seahorses. One of many seahorse scientists and experts are joining us right here at ADEX 2016. And we have with us our keynote speaker, Dr. Amanda Vincent from Canada, who is the director and co-founder of Project Seahorse, with the PhD in marine biology from Cambridge University. And today, Amanda is considered to be the world's leading authority on seahorse biology and conservation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the stage, Dr. Amanda Vincent.
Well, thank you so much for holding this extraordinary event. Good things have to happen when we bring together two of my favorite passions, seahorses and diving. It's a magical way to connect us to the ocean world. These extraordinarily near mythical creatures have a way of exciting passion and really getting us to care deeply about what happens to the future of the oceans around us. As was introduced, I have done a lot of research, a lot of conservation on seahorses, and I actually chair the global expert group on seahorses and their conservation. I'm delighted one of my colleagues from the expert group, Dave Harasti, is up next. I'm going to be giving a number of talks and participating in a number of panels over the next few days, so regard this as a bit of a teaser for some of those things to come. The core message I want you to take home is that saving seahorses will mean we have saved the seas. And if we save the seas, we will have saved seahorses. We use seahorses, as does ADEX, as powerful, potent symbols that can engage people in a variety of ways to care about the future, whether it's the dive industry or whether it's the ocean conservation. In fact, the two, of course, are tightly linked. There are 4 thoughts I want you to hold on to when it comes to seahorses themselves. 1 is seahorses are extraordinary. 2 is they're in trouble. 3rd is we're finding ways to do things better to help them. And 4th is you are part of getting it right. So first of all then, seahorses are magical. We know, of course, that the male gets pregnant, giving him confidence that he is the father and therefore ensuring that he commits a lot to the young. We know that they form pair bonds in most species, dancing together every morning, bonding. And we know that they are site faithful, staying in one spot for most of their lives in many cases, meaning it's critical we safeguard those spots. They're also quite extraordinarily wonderful in their sheer beauty and joy. And then we know that they're in trouble. They're in trouble because we are damaging their seagrass, their mangrove, their coral reef, their estuary, their marine seaweed habitats. They're in trouble because we are fishing them directly for the aquarium trade, for the souvenir trade, for the traditional medicine trade. And they are in trouble because we are scraping the bottoms, removing everything in the path of trawlers and other non-selective gear. If you want to save seahorses, there are ways forward. We have set in place marine protected areas. My team alone has put 35 marine protected areas in with colleagues in Asia. Singapore has its first marine protected area. Fantastic. We know that we can also put in place trade regulations. I'm delighted to say the first ever export controls on any marine fish globally were for seahorses, the United Nations' first species they ever protected globally under international trade regulations were the seahorses. And on top of that, of course, we have fisheries management protocols going in. So there are ways forward. Which brings me to your part of the solution. And there are 3 immediate ways you can help, many more, but let's start with the first. Responsible diving, yes? Making certain that we're careful where we dive, how we dive, with whom we dive, choosing industry partners who will really do the job properly, making certain that we are not adding to the burden on these wild spaces and species. Second, choosing our seafood wisely. When we decide what to eat at home or while away diving, we choose carefully. And the single biggest thing that we do not eat is shrimp. Shrimp is responsible for most of the world's bottom trawling destruction, where you clear cut everything in the path. It takes out the habitat, and only about 5% of what's caught in a trawl is shrimp these days. The rest is stuff we didn't mean to get. And there are reasons why most Asian countries, including Indonesia, have banned trawling in inshore coastal waters, because it is so damaging to our oceans and to people's livelihoods, the livelihoods of small-scale fishers. So we're going to choose our seafood carefully and stay off shrimp. And the third thing we're going to do is participate in our citizen science initiative, which is called iSeahorse. We have a booth over at, I think it's K14. Come over and meet us, have a chocolate, participate. Log your seahorse sightings. Tell us where you've seen them. Tell us when you've seen them. 15% of the sightings we've received so far have been new areas we didn't know that seahorse existed in. We want partners to monitor seahorse populations. Dive industry partners step up and help us monitor wild populations. It is absolutely true that if we get it right for the seahorses, we will have got it right for the seas. If we get it right for the seas, we will have helped seahorses. I'm thrilled to be here and really look forward to meeting with you and interacting with you over the days to come. Thank you ever so much for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Amanda, and your passion and your hard work. We need more people like you guys. Okay, so please join her today, and thank you for joining us at ADEX 2016. Continuing on our theme, we have Dr. Dave Harasti from Australia. Dave is our ambassador for seahorses and a research scientist for Fisheries New South Wales, specializing in threatened species and marine protected areas research. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dave on the stage.
Hi everyone, thank you for having me here. So what do I work on? Seahorses. I'm a marine scientist for fisheries. In my job I work on sharks, I work on turtles, I work on fish, and I work on seahorses. And the reason why I work on seahorses, they don't bite. It's very easy to work on them. They're very small, easy to handle. Now, Amanda's given a very good overview about the seahorse and the conservation. I'm giving a couple of talks here over the next couple of days. I'm going to be giving one in an hour's time. And I'm going to talk to you about what are seahorses, where you can find them, where do they like to live, and how we can look after them. And Amanda said, if we can save the seahorses, we can save the seas. And that's something I'm going to share with you in my presentation. I'm all for marine protected areas. That's my job. I work as a marine protected area scientist. I work on the conservation of animals. The thing is, we can all contribute to that. And over the next couple of days, I hope we all take away messages that when we go diving or when we go home, that we can instill stuff to look after the marine environment that we love so much and that we need to look after. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dave. And next, let's move on to the tech team with our tech diving ambassador, Mr. David Strike from Australia as well. David is the recipient of ADEX Lifetime Achievement Award for contributions to technical diving, a fellow diver of the Explorer Clubs of New York, and the co-organizer of the OzTech Technical Diving Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. David Strike.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, is that working okay? Yeah. So I'll start that again. Ladies and gentlemen, driven by that urge to look into the unknown, divers have always longed to go deeper, travel further in the name of exploration. Their capacity to do so safely will depend on how well they've thought about the risks and how well they prepared themselves to handle those risks and actually eliminate them. As an activity focused on exploration and discovery, the nature of technical diving is to push back the boundaries of knowledge, not through reckless bravado, but rather through appreciation and understanding of all that it entails. Now, technical diving carries with it certain challenges. It's a demanding activity. It's also one that's, when it's performed properly, brings with it enormous rewards. So over the next 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, the ADEX Tech Dive Conference will show just what technical diving is all about, what properly trained and equipped divers are capable of achieving in a series of exciting presentations given by some of modern diving's most illustrious, informed and inspirational speakers. And these people are, without exception, people whose knowledge and experience will challenge and change the way that you think about diving, and whose exploits offer an exciting and oftentimes tantalizing glimpse into the diving world of tomorrow. And the underwater adventures that, with the appropriate training, can be enjoyed by everyone today. So if you're passionate about diving, intent on learning more, and even if you just want to listen to some very exciting talks about adventures and explorations,
then do make a point of booking for the Technical Diving Conference, and you can do so outside the hall at the registration desk. And in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I'd just really like to thank John Tett and the team for just producing this most wonderful show. It's just grown out of all proportion. John, thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, David. And next, we have our ambassador for free diving, Li from China, who is also happened to be one of our beautiful mermaids at ADEX 2016 as well. So I bet you can't wait to meet her, right? So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dada Li.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to attend ADEX Singapore. And it is a very great honor to be chosen as the ambassador of freediving. And it is also a good chance to get to know so many friends from industrial, from all around the world. As I still remember, when I decided to learn freediving, I couldn't even find the freediving school and freediving instructor in China. So I have to travel to Southeast Asia. And finally, I took my first freediving course in Phuket, Thailand. And with now my instructor, Victor Wong, is sitting here. I feel so glad that I can meet him today. And ever since then, I get addicted to freediving. And I have a strong wish to let more people to know about this fascinating sport. So I made up my mind to become a freediving instructor in 2015 and open a freediving school and also the mermaid school to let more people to know about this. And after that, it becoming more and more people can asking me where you learned this and how can you be so amazing to dive so deep. And I decided to choose this way to let more people to get to know this wonderful sport. And actually, for freediving, it's not ability for those superhuman. It is not privileged for those chosen few. And actually, it is not much far more than those extreme sport that's as described in the media. And just after a systematic learning and with some trainings, and almost everyone can learn freedive. But of course, for those elite freedivers, it requires from day to day hard training and also huge courage. And present today, and we are honored to have 5 elite top freedivers that I would like to introduce to all of you. And first is the Ice Superman, Christian Leader, and I hope he's here. Christian, and he can hold his breath to dive up to 100 meters under the ice. And also, I would like to introduce the passionate ocean explorer, Pippi Argos. Hi. And also, I would like to introduce the wonderful female competitor freediver from Singapore, Michelle Oi. And the wonderful freedivers from Singapore, the founder of Zen Freediving, Chris Kim. I hope he's here. And the president of the Apnea Association of Singapore, Mr. Jonathan Chong. Hi. And I'm so happy that the freediver family is getting bigger and bigger. And thank you so much for loving and insisting this sport. And at the end, I would like to thank you for ADEX holding such a extraordinary event. And again, I hope you can enjoy this event and have a nice day here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dada. So since we already met our first mermaids, one of the mermaids in this event, let's continue. And I am more than delighted to introduce to you to another lovely mermaid, Miss Heidi Yu from Hong Kong, who is also our ambassador for mermaids this year. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Heidi Yu.
Hello Singapore, hello divers. I'm Heidi Yu from Hong Kong. This is my pleasure to be ADEX Mermaid Ambassador 2016. And thank you so much, ADEX, John, to invite me. The reason why we are here, because we want to share the message. The human, the marine, and the ocean are coexist. We are all together in one world. So if you love the ocean and you love diving, you are the mermaid and the merman as well. So thank you to coming ADEX and support us. Mermaid. Let me introduce some of our mermaid to you guys. We have Dada from China. And we have Joyce from Hong Kong as well. And we have Odessa from Philippines and Serena from Singapore. Welcome to the Mermaid Wonderland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heidi. Very sweet of her. And of course, if you want to meet the mermaids, you know where to find them. And soon it's going to be some surprise, let me tell you that much. Ladies and gentlemen, nowadays you would all agree that underwater photography has become a big part in diving world. So next, I would like to welcome on the stage our ambassador photography, Mr. Aaron Wong.
Thank you. Good afternoon, guys. It has been a great privilege for me to have had the opportunity to work with ADEX for the past many years already, and even more so this time as the ambassador of photography. Now, to me, photography, especially underwater photography, plays a much bigger role than just taking pictures. I've been a commercial photographer for 20 years now, so I understand very well the power of an image. Now, this power is because a picture has the ability to transcend the language barrier. Wherever you are, wherever you're from, or whatever you do, chances are we all can appreciate and enjoy a nice picture. I guess what I'm trying to say is that an image does not require subtitles. And this is really powerful because that one picture can inspire, that one picture can educate, and they can show people from around the world, especially guys who are non-divers, especially the folks who have never been in the ocean or anywhere near the ocean. It gives us an opportunity to show them the beauty of the world beneath the waves, and hopefully, in so doing, they look at the ocean in a different light. So in some ways, all of us who take pictures in the water are in some ways ambassadors of our oceans. And of course, it's a great honor for me to be sharing this stage as well with some of the best underwater photographers I know, whether ambassador or not. And without further ado, I'm going to welcome on stage the head judge for the Voice of the Ocean competition, Mr. Alex Master. There you go. So thank you very much. Happy ADEX.
Thank you, Aaron. I'm very proud to be here, both as one of the photo speakers, but also as the chair of the judges for the Voice of the Ocean competition. Aaron spoke about the power of photography, and I think underwater photography and its value to diving as a whole cannot be underestimated. Images have that power to reach out to people across all forms of media, and they're a really important part of the diving community and underwater photography as an activity is too. We're lucky to have 30 wonderful underwater photographers from all around the world coming here to speak and share their tips, techniques, and ideas for your underwater photography this weekend. But also, I'd very much encourage you to come along to the Voice of the Ocean judging on Sunday afternoon, where a panel of 8 leading photographers will come together and do live judging of images entered into the Voice of the Ocean competition. And this is a chance to see images taken by underwater photographers from many more countries and many more places than you'll just see in the talks. So it's a fantastic chance to see the real talent that's out there and the strength and depth that there is in underwater photography. So come along, enjoy the debates, enjoy the discussions during the scoring, do your own scoring from the audience, and enjoy seeing what we choose as the winners of the Voice of the Ocean, because these certainly will be fantastic ambassadors for the oceans. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Alex and Aaron as well. Next, apart from photography, ADEX also strongly supports all of the ocean art form. And this year we have with us Mr. Alex Belozor from Ukraine, who is a Guinness World Record holder for the largest underwater painting in the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Alexander.
Hello. Меня зовут Александр Белозор, я художник с Украины.
Hello, my name is Alexander Belazor and I'm an artist from Ukraine.
В 2004 году я начал заниматься подводной живописью в связи с тем, что я начал сниматься в фильме.
In 2004, I started to do underwater paintings, and this started because I was taking part in a film shooting. There I had to do some paintings underwater.
И тогда я не представлял, каким образом это можно делать.
And at that time, I didn't know how it's possible to do this.
Но практика дала возможность определить материалы, с которыми я работаю, и каким образом можно писать под водой.
But time passed, and I found a lot of I found new materials, and I found how it's possible to do it.
За этот период, с 2004 года, я написал более 100 работ в разных вариантах: Адриатика, Карибы, Красное и Черное море.
During this period, I made paintings in a lot of seas, such as Red Sea, Black Sea, Adriatic, Caribbean, and now I have near 100 paintings done underwater.
И имея некоторые награды на международных фестивалях, я решил сделать рекорд. Вот, и в 2010 году я погрузился на глубину 26 метров и написал самую большую работу в мире размером 60 на 100 сантиметров. 2010.
So in 2010, I decided to do the largest painting, and it was made on 26 meters depth, and the size was 60 on 80 centimeters.
Ну, рекорд не самое главное. Мне интересно увидеть мир и показать его таким, каким видит художник.
But to set on a record, it was not very important for him. For him, it's important to show the world how he sees it.
И всегда, особенно у дайверов, возникает интерес к тому, что я делаю. И всегда они на это обращают внимание. Ну, я благодарен за то, что меня пригласили на фестиваль. Можно посмотреть мои работы. Завтра на презентации я еще покажу видео.
So he wants to say thank you to all organizers who did this exhibition, and also to Mandala Fine Art who invited him and did a lot of work. And so tomorrow he invites you to see how he will do live painting in that tent. And also you can see his paintings there. And so thank you to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexander. And next, we would like to welcome another great artist as well, Mr. Gregory Burns from the USA and Singapore. Gregory is an internationally acclaimed athlete and artist who traveled extensively to paint and give talk about painting. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Gregory for joining us at ADEX 2016.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me on stage. I don't know why I'm here. I'm one of 5 ocean artists. We all have our stories. We all love the ocean. We're all inspired by the ocean. And I think as an ocean artist, we like to take something back from the ocean. And the simple thing that I do is, you know, you've seen these. You write on them, help, I'm drowning, or I'm distressed, or look at the catfish. Well, I actually sit on the bottom of the ocean and sketch with this. And then I go back to the surface and paint paintings from ideas and images I get under the ocean. So that's my methodology for painting under the ocean. You can see some of my work over there with the other ocean artists. So please come by, say hi, and don't be shy. I'm a poet as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Gregory. And ladies and gentlemen, this year at ADEX 2016, we are very honored to have our next guests joining us. They are the legendary women known as the Hanyo, or the Korean women divers from the Jeju Island of the South Korea. Outnumbering the male divers since the 18th century, they free dive up to 20-meter deeps to gather clams, abalone, or seaweed without any special equipment at all. So they brought to us with the help from the Historical Diving Society. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Miss Kim Ok-ja and Miss Kim Jae-yoon.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
예, 우리 한국 제주도 해녀 김옥자입니다. 우리까지 초청을 해주셔서 대단히 감사합니다.
My name is Ok-ja Kim from South Korea, and thank you for inviting us here. My job is Hanyo, which explain later.
만나 뵙게 돼서 반갑습니다.
Nice to meet you all.
저희는 이제 한국 제주도에서 온 해녀 김재현입니다.
My name is Kim Jae-yeon, and I'm also Hanyo from Jeju-do.
여러분들에게 한국의 해녀를 많이 알릴 수 있는 기회가 되었으면 합니다.
I want this ADEX would be the opportunity to let you guys know more about Hanyo and Jeju in Korea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Thank you very much, the Hanyo ladies with Miss Kim Ok-ja and Kim Jae-yoon, and of course, thank you to our translator as well. Now, also from the South Korea, we have a very beautiful actress, entrepreneur, and of course, she's a diver as well, who we are very proud to have as our very own ambassador for the ocean this year. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Lee Yoon-mi.
Hello everyone. My name is Yoon-mi. I'm an actress in Korea. Nice to meet you all. I'm very glad I become Ocean Ambassador for ADEX this year. Thank you. Enjoy ADEX. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our Ocean Ambassador this year with Miss Yun-Mi Lee. I think that's how they actually a little bit confusion there, but now it's time, a very special time with this award presentation by ADEX organizer, Mr. John Tet, to all of our valued ambassadors. Our ambassadors are all resident and active in our local zone of Asia and Australia as well. And we really appreciate all the important works that they have been doing for the ocean and still doing as well, and for their own area. So please welcome Mr. John Tet to present the award. And welcome back on the stage one more time, our ambassador for seahorses, Mr. Dave Harasti. Have Dave back on stage. All right, we move on first to our next award with the ambassador for tech diving, Mr. David Strike. Please welcome Mr. David Strike back on the stage one more time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next I would like to invite the ambassador for the compact cameras, Mr. Tim Ho, to join us on the stage. Right, I understand that some of our ambassadors are very busy at the booth as well at the moment. Okay, so we moved on to the next ambassador. Of course, Keisha's been with us on the stage. Our 2016 ADEX Ocean Ambassador, Miss Yun-Mi Lee. Please come back to the stage for the award. All right, thank you very much, John. The other ambassadors are actually preparing something very surprising and special for you after the ribbon cutting ceremony, so please stay with us. So I hope you're enjoying the opening ceremony so far. For Singapore, this year there's actually another important and exciting event happening as well, an important launch of Singapore's first marine park. And we have here with us to give you a short presentation about it, we have Miss Karen Toon. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Karen.
Hi everyone, that's not my slide. Good afternoon everyone, and a big welcome to the inaugural ADEX Singapore Pavilion. Now, going with the theme of first, we are incredibly excited to celebrate with all of you here, water lovers like myself, the Singapore's first marine park, the Sisters Island Marine Park, brought to you by the National Parks Board, from where I am, and our partners, the Blue Green Alliance, our marine park volunteers, our many marine park volunteers, academic partners, and NGOs. Now, as all of you know, Singapore is a very, very small island, highly urbanized, but at the same time, we are still very, very proud to support and passionately dedicated to conserve the marine life that we have in Singapore. That still calls this place home. The idea of establishing a marine park goes back a long way. It was a dream of many of the pioneer marine advocates, from academics like Professor Chow Lok Meng, mariners like Mr. Francis Lee, NGOs like NSS, many divers, individual divers, and parks officers, and many of whom are here today, who believe that it's important for Singapore to have an area dedicated for marine conservation where we can promote research, outreach, and education. And here we are today. And here we are today, a decade in the making, with Singapore's first marine park. So please spend some time at the Singapore Pavilion. We are located just next to the Artist Corner over here. To learn more about the marine park, the marine biodiversity we have in Singapore, and some of the conservation efforts that are ongoing now. We have many volunteers who are on hand to show you around the displays. And later today at 5:20 p.m., a colleague of mine, Hon Seong, will be talking about the marine park, some of the biodiversity we have in Singapore. So please stay back right here on this stage at 5:20 and he will share more about it. So at this point, I would like to say thank you very much to the ADEX organizers for having us, for supporting the Singapore Pavilion, to our many volunteers who have helped tirelessly to set up the pavilion, and also to all our partners who have given us a lot of support. So thank you everyone, enjoy your stay here, and please come and visit us at the Marine Park and support the Singapore Pavilion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen, and congratulations on this project. Indeed, it is such a good news that we have another marine park in Southeast Asia. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we have our ribbon cutting ceremony, we would like to hear a few words from our very good friends, Patty's Regional Manager, Johnny Xu. So over to you, Johnny. Please welcome Johnny Xu, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome and good afternoon to distinguished VIP guests, His Excellency Mr. Arif Yahya, Minister of Tourism of Republic Indonesia, distinguished guests, industry colleagues, divers to be, and more importantly also the 70 Paddy Dive Centers exhibiting here in ADEX. Now to start off, we'd like to congratulate ADEX for hosting their 21st ADEX show this year. Similarly, we at Paddy, we are celebrating our 50th anniversary. And of course, without our Paddy member support, right, this will not be possible. Now, we'd like to sincerely thank our Paddy members for the strong support and loyalty. Interestingly as well, Paddy members will be certifying our 25th million certification this year, estimated sometime in the third quarter. So this is connecting 25 million people into the aquatic world. So stay tuned to find out who's the lucky 25th million this year. Now to assure commitment to our Paddy members being the market leader, we at Paddy constantly innovate our programs and products, such as the recently released the Paddy Free Diving Program, and also constantly releasing new Paddy digital products such as the Rescue Diver Touch. Now, all this with our more than 6,300 Paddy dive centers and resort members and 136,000 Paddy individual members. That makes us always the biggest and growing dive training organization in the world. And without much further ado, we would like to wish all a successful dive show and happy bubbles. Thank you.
Happy bubbles indeed. Thank you very much, Johnny. And thank you so much to all the speakers, ambassadors, and the delegates for helping us to make ADEX 2016 happening and make benchmark for all the dive shows everywhere else. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now the time for our ribbon cutting ceremony and the official opening of ADEX 2016. So please, could all of our ambassadors and speakers come up on the stage one more time? And also, please don't forget, after this, observe the tank right next to the stage, as the mermaids are about to join us as well in their happy watery place. But don't forget, you still need to pay attention to the stage as well after, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now welcome our distinguished guests up on the stage one more time for our ribbon cutting ceremony. Please join me. Also, I would like to invite all of our speakers, the VIP guests. We're gonna have a very beautiful photo session up here. So please come and join me on the stage. All the speakers, ambassadors. Hi. All the people that making ADEX 2016 happening. You will be seeing all these faces in the next 3 days, and I promise that you will learn something new, meet many new friends, only here at Asia Dive Expo 2016.
Yeah, no, we want somebody like this. No, all they have is only symbolic, it's not this. No, but all they have to do is cut the middle, right? We just, oh.
Okay. So this is how many people, important people in the conservation diving world are getting together. It doesn't happen today, but only here at ADEX 2016, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very beautiful pictures and very happy that this is happening. Can we move forward a little bit, please? We have a lot of people, and this stage all of a sudden become really small. So, all right, I think that's everyone that to join us on the ribbon cutting ceremony. Okay, everyone, can you help me counting down from 5 together for official opening of ADEX 2016? Ladies and gentlemen, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. ADEX 2016 is officially open. Thank you everyone so much for being a part of it. We wish you a great show, and for those of you visiting, please enjoy the show.
Okay. Wait, let me pick up. In a group photo, you're gonna see a head. You see there's two heads. Hey, I had to put my place somewhere. They were there. Oh yeah. With Dada, that's a pleasant experience. No, I mean. Dia off lah. Wait, don't know which one is which one already. I don't know who's on no logo. Speakers PowerPoint. Your live is important. Main stage Friday. This is slide 1, right? Okay. What's this for? This is the videos.
I'm so good at school, you know.
Why who? Why? What happened? What happened?
I don't know why they tell me at school the full opening ceremony. You didn't see it.
First time do also. One person do.
I thought it's not here.
What happened? What went wrong?
I don't know.
What went wrong?
Normally it's they just prepare in time. That's one. Before one is coming. I'm so good.
Just wing it.
Now it's my first time, right?
Huh?
It's my first time.
Yeah. All this easy already. You got all their slides here already, right? All their slides here.
No, not all.
Which one is here? I know Dave one is here.
Dave is here, is it?
Yeah.
No.
Ben? Is Ben's one? Where is he?
Yeah, like there.
apa? Kita makan nasi padang. Nasi padang yang mana? Sebab selera tadi. Oh ya. Apa nama tempatnya? Kalau nak pergi apa? Tamsip, shopping yang nak perlu lagi. Macam-macam macam burung. Ini kemana? Tapi bagus banget emang. Ada sih yang kayak cantik.
See, you open the JPEG file, the Photoshop come out. Because it's a designer's computer. Of course, the Photoshop is going to come out.
We have to
Yes, you have a kicker of the presenter. The what? The kicker of the presenter for the computer one. Like the presenter can use it to click to this slide. I have it, but I cannot get it to work. There's only one, is it? Yeah. So
check my laptop.
hang on, hang on. You have your slides now, or is it in the? One moment.
I have to watch it on my laptop.
Okay, wait.
need to get some. You want to connect your laptop to it? Or do you want to use this one? Use your one. Còn lúc đó hang on now, hang on now. What is the adapter here? Okay, you take it off for a while. How much battery do you have? 60. Okay, I'll let you charge first. She wait or not? She also not the next one. What's that? Wait. Stop presenting now, right? Huh? Stop presenting now, right? David is going first, right? Why she so kanchiong? She wants the. Oh no! Rachel, what am I saying tonight? We're having to show a little bit of the race. Yes, have you already touched on it? Yeah. How many minutes do you want to talk before right after? Maybe show the trailer and then maybe I say something, show the trailer and then say a few words after that. Say that we're going to be showing in your mom. Yeah, it's free. Your mom. That's what you need. I don't need your pen, right? Hello.
thumb drive. Yes, yes.
Yeah. Why do we got because it's a PowerPoint presentation, but there's a MP4 video file as well. It's a PowerPoint presentation, but within that we're playing an MP4 video file as well.
Alright,
Make sure that it's crazy.
This one.
This one's the presentation.
What time's the presentation?
12:05 tomorrow. And then again on Sunday.
Alright. Let's try. Where's the video? This one? Yeah. Is that another one? Very good. Yep. As long as it works.
Thank you for that.
Do you have a clicker through, or do you do it for me?
It's not working.
Are you serious?
Yes, I'll do it for you. I have no choice.
You don't have another clicker? Have you got a wireless mouse? It's not wireless. Oh, no. All right.
Okay, I tell you what. These are your slides. Right. Now tap to VLC. I'll tap out. And I'll play your video.
Yeah.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
If you open them now, you have
No, I can't open them now because I can't open 3 of them at the same time. One at a time. Exactly right.
Alright.
I wanted a PC here. But we don't have one.
Tell me you don't have a thing. Just the laser on it, at least.
It's not working.
The laser's not working either.
Nothing is working.
Did anyone change the batteries?
I just did.
You just did.
Yeah, they're new batteries. Okay. That is the receiver.
Yeah.
This is the receiver, but I can't get it to work.
I'll see if someone else has got one. Hang on a minute. What do you got?
No, she's not. That guy first. First is 7, it's 5:40. I don't know anyone with the There was one guy with the
Okay.
Yeah.
How are you going to test now?
Huh?
How are you going to test now?
I can't test now.
Oh, I thought it's you. Oh, this is the last picture for the
The picture cannot work.
Yeah, they're all tight.
Why so working? I am trying right now.
Yeah, it's not working. Ask him call who? Warren? Okay, call Warren.
Warren, you doing okay? Oh, the cable.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Working? Trying. Oh, still water. That's always good. Link. You okay? Okay, I'm supposed to press next, right? Next will go to the next slide. Yeah, correct. It's not. It's not going to the next slide. Hold on now, hold on. Alright, what's the problem? I got 30. Okay, we try to get. Eh? The volume down layers now. That's not can work, eh? Yeah, we are high testing again. Not good. Not good. Real bad. Apa? Yeah, no magazine. Signal, I think it's the signal problem. Battery 我已经换新的了。Power which is like what? Stick. The meta. 对，刚才我按那啥 volume up 了。还是他用这个不是讲的，他死都要用一个这个。我叫他，我帮他按，他不要。谁？阿嬷啊。后面我是根据后面要自己。我编都编啊，录那个什么出来，放进这边。刚才我看那个蓝灯不是吗？哪里？刚才这边蓝灯我看到，反正不懂他做什么能有蓝灯出来。我看有没有 bearing 的，不可以按的嘞。我看一下有没有 bearing。看我看很多次了嘞。
然后把这逻辑对的不好。那讲这么多啦，为这10个要10万嘛。
Just now got light then can. Then suddenly cannot again.
很多出来吗？应该这边会有一个红色的。
You wanna do that?
这是哪里出来的？很太带啊，这个地方，最太厉害了。没有，我一个都没有啊。这是你老板的，我不知道。我认识那个按摩。这个是什么来着？他这是他的，就是那个佛院的，他的他是 3 stickers after 佛院的。ada 我玩手鸟，我玩手干姜。This one really, she fucking kanjiong sia. What the fuck? Some more all Korean. I don't know how to say the resolution. It's the problem. The fucking Korean. USD. What? On right here. Don't take your. Wireless mouse anyway. You do it with a wireless mouse. I'll try to get you one. Some good wireless mouse. This person just needs a mouse. Yeah, so it's 9:40.
How to connect? Huh?
The wireless.
No, actually we're supposed to start. See, we're supposed to start at 6. 4:35, you know. I prepare everything nicely 4:35. Now we want to start. We tried half an hour already. Asshole, you know. Because of he one person, everybody plus half an hour.
You stop cannot, man.
Don't want. Think I can stop, man. Get one cut shot.他是第4个人，像赶什么一直要荡来荡去，荡来荡去。
I just worry it doesn't seem to.
Oh my god, finally! How to use? How to use? Just click only.
Yeah, just click. To right click is control. Control, press control, then press. Or you press the corner here can already. You understand? Press corner.
Okay, so I cancel. Wait, I cancel it now first.
Cancel. 你要 right click是 press control 那个 you just click the right button 那个。
Wait, you go back to the slide.
Go back slide.
I make sure the slide works.
Okay. Do you need any right click?
So the mouse has to be here. Go next. Can I? What if he moves the thing a bit? That's why. If it goes off, wait. It's still working? No, it's not. The clicker is not working. That's why. Yeah.
How are you going to see this? See? Why you just click pen?
Huh?
You don't click on outside.
You know what? See, his mouse, the pointer has to be here. So if it accidentally goes out, it's not going to work anymore. Yes, that's why. Yeah. So what's the solution?
I have an idea. Is this the Mac? Why don't you put that on the stage and a thing,
and then the person can sit there, run the presentation through this, put the HDMI cable onto that. They have it on the stage of the podium with the mouse, or with the arrow keys. You can just tap it with the arrow key then.
Oh, so you will be the one tapping the arrow keys.
Arrow keys are alright, but if you put this on the stage, then I can just tap through, and then the next speaker can.
You have to hold the laptop.
Can't you just put it on something? Just find something. There's boxes over there. Put it on a couple of boxes or something. Or on that.
No idea. I have no say over anything.
So I call her.
The other thing is, in Suntec City, surely you can buy it, couldn't you? If someone went out and got one.
Buy one. I have no idea where to buy one.
You can't buy them in my sale.
It's quite exciting. Half an hour.
See this picture here.
Right, you settle. Later the mouse just pull you first, okay?